Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. On a Tuesday, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And things are heating up in Sacramento. Things are heating up all around the NBA, the NFL as well. We'll keep 4 quarterbacks. Who cares? That's what the Cleveland Browns are saying. Things are heating up as well in Major League Baseball. Rafael Devers, June Lee put out an article highlighting some of the things that led to Rafael Devers getting traded to the Giants. And I asked the question, did the Giants make the right move? But don't worry, if you are a new A's fan or an old A's fan, we have Coach Eric Martins joining us at 11 o'clock as always to break down Nick Kurtz's walk-off home run, the electricity out there in West Sacramento. And don't look now, the boys in green have won 4 straight games. So we will talk to Coach at 11, get his thoughts on everything. But first, of course, we will lead things off with the NBA Finals. And, we got Kevin Durant drama. We have a huge Kings update as far as the idea that this thing is going to be blown up to some regard, right? DeMar DeRozan's going to move. The Kings will rock and roll from there. Is that truly going to be the case? And could be a big deal, no deal, or a small deal. We will tell you what came out this morning and what that means for everyone involved in the purple. And as we discussed Desmond Bane in detail yesterday, and people are going back and forth, Bill Simmons says it was a great deal. I'd do that all day if I were the Orlando Magic. Others think it was an overpay to give up that many picks. But the Magic are going to be pretty good, so those picks aren't going to be lottery anyway. At least that's the idea. The reality is, should this affect how the Kings look at some of the players on their team? And when I say some of the players, basically it's Domantas Sabonis. And if you look at what Desmond Bane went for, okay, and that price tag, if you were to put Domantas Sabonis, who Desmond Bane getting paid now, so it's not as if, oh, well, he's on a good contract, right? Desmond Bane getting paid a lot of money, just like Domantas Sabonis. So should the Kings look at that a little bit differently? We'll talk about that coming up shortly here as we're taking you all the way up commercial free to 10:30 to kick off the show and every first hour of the show as we take you up to 2 p.m. And we will give you that special word, okay, the secret word, if you want to win that signed DeMar DeRozan jersey. So plenty to get to. And we start here with the Indiana Pacers and the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Thunder, this was your classic, we're just better than you. And the Pacers, they tried to do the thing, but they could not do the thing this time around. And Tyrese Halliburton, a bit injured, leaves the game for a hot second, returns to the game. Just an awful game, but obviously not healthy. So what do we do with that? 34 minutes. He was 0 of 6 from the field, 0 of 4 from 3. He made 4 free throws, which were his only points made for the day. 3 turnovers. He was a minus 13. I was going to say team worst, but my boy Obi Toppin was a minus 16 as the Oklahoma City Thunder. They just showed who they are, man. Shea had 31. Jalen Williams, I don't know if it's considered an X factor, but we were trying to figure out who's the number 2 here. Is it Chet? Chet had 9 points. Chet hasn't played great, but this Thunder team is really, really good. And Jalen Williams had dropped 40 points. This is what we all thought was going to be the situation, right? If you take away that first game, which the Thunder controlled for majority of the game, and then the Pacers did the weird voodoo thing, this thing is already cooked. This thing is already cooked. So I'm not going to sit here and, say, I had Thunder in 6. I did have Thunder in 6. But Thunder in 6 probably shouldn't have happened because they should have won that first game. And credit to the Pacers. They had a little bit of magic, a little bit of voodoo left. but they win that first game, and they're up 2-1. They win the first one at home, but the Thunder, they do what we all thought that they were going to do, and they're just a better team. And I woke up this morning. Yes, I had Stephen A. yelling at me this morning, and the obsession with the Morris twins, I don't get it. I got through about 5 or so minutes, something like that, and everybody's trying to break down. So then I went over to FS1 to see what they were talking about. Cool. 4 former football players talking about the finals, and then talking about the Cleveland Browns and just bringing up how they all played in the NFL. Awesome stuff. So, these guys are all trying to break down what happened to the Pacers. What happened? And I get it. They're up 2-1, but the reality is the Thunder are just a better team, right? Vegas, they knew this. We all kind of knew this. And the Pacers, they had an opportunity, and that's what's been so confusing about this Pacers team is now people are, I don't know about Miles Turner. I don't know about this. I don't know about that. But at the same time, we knew what it was. We knew, to keep it real, we knew that Dame was not playing for a majority of that Bucks series. We knew that, right? We knew that the Cavaliers played a game in which they were missing 3 rotation players. Most of these teams only have 8 rotation guys. The Cavs played a game missing 3 of them. We knew all this. And we can live in a world where we don't disrespect the Pacers, because that Knicks series, that's where the Pacers, I think, brought all of the respect back, right? Or earned all of their respect. Then they go out, they win that first game against the Thunder. We're thinking, man, okay, what's going on here? But the reality is we all knew what it was. The Thunder they were 68-14 in the regular season. 68-14. So we don't need to sit here and, I'm watching people, maybe they should have went to TJ McConnell. Sure, maybe, but they're leaking oil. Halliburton's not healthy. And even if he was healthy, they're just not as good as the Thunder. The Thunder would have had to play terribly on top of the Pacers playing out of their mind. And, you got a game. What was that? The first game they won at home, the Pacers, when Benedict Mathurin had 27 points. 27 points. TJ McConnell last night had 18. They're saying, he should have played more. Really? That's what we're doing? They're just not as good as the Thunder. It's very simple. And kudos to the Pacers for getting this far. They got to make some decisions. I will say this. Now, the idea of going into the luxury tax with this crew, I wonder if the Pacers take a step back and say, we should go into the luxury tax, but maybe we should change some things up, because this team, this is a different version of the Sacramento Kings beam team, because obviously they went to the finals. But I don't think you can run this back. A lot of things went right for you. This is where you have to be better than the Sacramento Kings. And obviously they were, because they went to the finals. We get all that. But this is where you cannot get complacent. You cannot, when you win the whole thing and you want to pay everybody like the Celtics did, that's different. But you can't lose and then still say, all right, we're going to run everything back, because KD might be in the East. Giannis might stay in the East. The Magic, I was reading something, the Magic are not done. They still have the MLE or whatever it is. The Magic are going to make another move. The Detroit Pistons are going to do something. So this is a similar version of where the Kings got the beam team season. And if you are the Pacers, you cannot rest on your laurels and say, we just went to the finals, we're going to pay everybody and run it back. You can't do that. You cannot do that, because I'll tell you this much right now. Even with the Celtics being out, the Pacers will not be the betting favorites to get back to the Eastern Conference Finals. They won't be. And I didn't even mention the Cavs, because I don't really believe in the Cavs, but I didn't even mention the Cavs. So this is exactly where the Kings got, not in as far as where they got in the playoffs, but this is that moment where you say, yeah, all this stuff is going to go right for us again. No, it's not. No, it's not. You can make the argument with the Pacers. You've had 2 years of things going right for you. You haven't had to see a healthy Bucks team once. Not once in the last 2 years. You haven't had to see really any healthy teams until the Knicks this past season. So we can respect what the Pacers did, and I think a lot of us drank some of the Kool-Aid. I know I did. And Tyrese Halliburton, he's injured. We get all that, but there's levels to this, and that's fine. And I mean, look, the Pacers could figure it out. It's not over. They could power through Game 6 and get to Game 7. I wouldn't have them winning Game 7 at all. And Tyrese Halliburton, how healthy is he going to be? So it's not over, but the Thunder are the better team. You know, that's just the reality. That's what it is. So we'll see what happens there. And, you know, I don't think that's groundbreaking news. It's just we all didn't know what to do. All of our brains broke a little bit when the Pacers won that first game. Okay, then they get their doors blown off in Game 2. And obviously you win that game at home in Game 3. And that's why we all said, if you were going to make something happen, you had to go up 3-1. You had to leave no doubt. And they were not able to do that. It reminds me of, and you know I'm going to go baseball here. Eric Martin's going to join us at 11 o'clock, third base coach for the A's. How many times in baseball when a team has, because College World Series going on right now, okay, you know I love my college baseball. I keep telling y'all it's exciting, and you know I love the college softball with my girls on the way. But the idea of having bases loaded, right, or men in scoring position less than 2 outs, okay? You got men in scoring position less than 2 outs, and you don't score. It is a baseball, almost a baseball rule, okay? It happens every single time. The team that does not score, when they got men in scoring position, less than 2 outs, that next inning, it is almost like clockwork. That next team, the other team scores every single time. So the Pacers, they had an opportunity. They tasted it. Go back and reference what Kyle had some fun with. And like I said, this was Kyle. Not me, because I love it. I love it, Mr. Perry. Please come on the show, Mr. Perry. I love it. But I want to reference again what my guy, GM Scott Perry, said yesterday for Monday Motivation. We need to develop patience and endurance for lasting achievement. We often expect immediate results and instant gratification, but any worthwhile endeavor entails much trial and error. Learn to look at each setback encountered not as failure, but as necessary to get you one step closer to ultimate success. Stay patient and consistent in your efforts, and you will find victory. Hashtag Monday Motivation. Ultimate success is not scratching and clawing to the 6th seed. Ultimate success is not, oh, we're at the top end of the play-in, which brings me to the same conversation, but in a different way, now that we have something to base it on. Desmond Bane, yes, they're going to be low-level first-round picks because the Magic believe that they're going to be good. But Desmond Bane, 4 first-rounders, a pick swap, and 2 movable contracts, 2 movable rotation pieces in Cole Anthony and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. You see that happen. I do not know how you can see that happen and not if I am Scott Perry, if I am getting paid by the Kings organization to be in their front office on any level, the first thing I'm thinking is we have to at least see what we could get for Domantas Sabonis. We have to at least see that. We have to at least entertain that. That doesn't mean you have to make the move. I'm not saying you got to make the move, but you have to see what someone would be willing to pay for Domantas Sabonis. Desmond Bane, and the reason I bring up Devin Booker is because people are saying it's malpractice if the Suns just watch what Desmond Bane went for and they don't even think about moving Devin Booker. Just think about it. Again, we're talking about success, sustained platform of success. That is what Scott Perry talked about. And he said that they are lockstep, himself and Vivek Ranadive. What we have right now with the Kings is not that. It's not that.
I guess there's levels to it, though. Also, hello, everybody. Sorry to the YouTube people. It crashed and we got it back up. But I would say for Phoenix and Sacramento specifically, you make those moves only if you believe there is no path to building a contender, right? Because you would argue that if Devin Booker, I don't know if you were talking about the Devin Booker conversation where someone was like, he's basically Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, yes, but plays for a terrible organization. Yes. If he is that good, and he's obviously been 2 games away from winning the finals before, then you say we have to keep that player at all costs. Maybe you don't think he's that guy anymore. I don't think Domantas Sabonis was ever that player, so I think there's even levels to that conversation. But yeah, I think you only...
I don't think, and for the record, I don't think Devin Booker is as good. I disagreed with that. There was just somebody on social media that basically said Shai is not better than Devin Booker. He's just in a better situation. It's not even about that to me. It's more so about we've seen this movie before. We've seen that, and also, look, man, we know how the housing market is right now. Interest rates are crazy. We get all that. My mom made me watch The Big Short, because it shaped a lot of people's money situation, right? All those years ago. When the market is where the market is or seems to be right now, you got to forget all of that. And Devin Booker was probably a tougher conversation than Domantas Sabonis, but to me, and we just talked about the mid QB thing, right? And how NBA teams are just saying, let's just stay in the dance and get hot. I'm not going back on that, right? It's not even that I agree with it or disagree with. That's just what teams seem to be doing. We just want to hang around and try to do what the Pacers did. Maybe we get some lucky breaks. Look at the Timberwolves. They got hot. They went cheaper, got hot, and got to the Western Conference Finals, and that is a heck of an accomplishment. But what I'm saying is that all may have to go out the window. When we talk about Godfather offers, if that's what the the Grizzlies got for Desmond Bane, and I get it, low-level first-rounders. They are unprotected. And look what just happened to the Magic. I know they crawled into the playoffs, but their whole team was injured all season. You just don't know, and you give yourself an opportunity and more flexibility, and that's Desmond Bane.
Yeah, I guess the thing that's tough, though, is you say the market is what it is right now, and sure, Desmond Bane went for the Mikal Bridges package. Maybe the Mikal Bridges package is always going to be available to a team that needs a number 3 and has no path to acquiring a number 3, which, by the way, I went home and sat on it a little bit, and honestly, Orlando's not as crazy as we were making them out to be. That's all I'm going to say. I'm more in the camp of Orlando knows what they're doing.
Yeah, well, Bill Simmons he said he would do that deal every single day.
I genuinely, again, this isn't necessarily saying a lot. I think there's a chance Desmond Bane could be an all-star in the East. Now, again, it's the East, right, but there is a world where he's the number 2 and Franz Wagner is the number 3. That's all I'm going to say. Again, besides the point. Mm-hmm. It's tough to specifically say it for Devin Booker and Domantas Sabonis because aren't both of their markets predicated on what Giannis does, right? If there is no Giannis, then they are the big pieces of the offseason.
I mean, I'm not even sure because neither of them have been talked about. If you're going to say that, then everything just waits for Giannis, right?
Which is honestly a real conversation to be had, right? Remember when Damian Lillard was available 2 summers ago, everything waited on what happened there, and then the Celtics pounced on Drew Holiday like a week before training camp.
I don't know that Devin Booker is in that same camp because they're not really the same position. I would say as far as Domantas Sabonis is concerned, Giannis is going to be the reason I don't think it is connected to each other like that is because Giannis is in a situation where he's going to have a level of power, right? He can't force his way technically, but unofficially he can. If De'Aaron Fox had power, come on, Giannis can go where he wants. So with that being said, if we got there, there'd probably be a list of 3 teams. So if you are not on that list, then I would say, all right, what's up with Domantas Sabonis? He would cost less than Giannis because I don't even know what Giannis would go for.
But wouldn't I guess Domantas Sabonis has 3 years left, and the longer the contract, the less the leverage. Mm-hmm. But does Devin Booker have that same? Because if we're making that case, then Devin Booker is in the same situation as Giannis, closer than Domantas Sabonis, which Booker obviously makes more and is a little bit younger. But to your point, they're also different positions.
You're also bringing up the player power. I'm saying it from the organization side. I'm not saying Devin Booker. He's in his lowrider. He's got 8,000 different colorways of his shoe. He's chilling. I don't think Devin Booker wants to move, and I'm not really hating on him. You know, it doesn't rain in Arizona. I don't know if he golfs or not, but he can live a good life out there, and it seems like he's doing so. Devin Booker wants to chill. Cool. I have no problem with that. I'm saying if I'm the Suns.
If I'm going against the players' wishes, which honestly would be Sacramento too, because Domantas Sabonis wants to be here.
Well, we don't know. That conversation hasn't happened yet, but that's what he said. Yes. Both of them have said, I don't want to move. But you are under contract, and I have to do what's best. And if the market is saying that I can get 8,000 first-round picks for you, Domantas Sabonis, or we're going to scratch and claw, we do this thing, and we got our trade candidate of the day. Huge hint. It's the only one I'm going to give you. Trade candidate of the day is still playing basketball, and it's not Obi Toppin because we already did Obi Toppin. Okay? That's all I'm saying as far as the trade candidate.
I tried to weave Obi Toppin in somehow, and I couldn't.
It's okay. So you have a situation where we're sitting there trying to just scratch and claw for a 7, 8, 6 seed, something like that, or we can just and this isn't even full reset. Think about it again. They got KCP, Cole Anthony, and the picks, so you can go. You can get some serviceable guys for a Domantas Sabonis. And like I said, we're coming up in 5 minutes here. We'll tell you what we saw. There's a picture going around, and if you want to do the Bulls thing for a couple more years, and it's DeRozan, Zach LaVine, you go get your point guard, you go get a wing, and Valanciunas, you kind of piecemeal the center position together. I'm not saying it would be a ton of fun, but I'm saying those picks would be fun in a couple years.
Yeah, you would be fast tracking a rebuild, but it's not that easy in the NBA to go from 45 to 11, right? It takes time. You can't, just because of the rules on salary swapping and stuff like that, it's not that easy to just go all the way down to the bottom immediately. You kind of have to do what Utah did, like a slow decline down to the basement.
You get some expiring contracts, right? And you're basically saying, hey, you guys got 2 years. Cool. You guys got 2 years, and Zach, you can opt in after that, whatever the case may be. DeMar DeRozan, when you got 1 year left, and you rock and roll. You just cannot say that anybody is untouchable after that Desmond Bane deal. You can't. And it's not about, well, I like this guy or don't like this guy. I'm taking calls, man. My phone is ringing incessantly if that's the case. When we return, what is going on social media that's got Kings fans talking? We fill you in when we return. Outside Stockton Sports.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 line versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach? RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Financial Group is not a law firm. Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Coach Eric Martins joins us in 30 minutes. The third base coach for the Athletics, who have won 4 straight. Most notably, an electric walk-off from Nick Kurtz. That was last night against the Astros, which makes it even sweeter. But I saw something this morning. I got to confirm here. I know I saw it on his story. I got to double check when it was on his story. But I saw something today, okay, with 3 players on the Kings down there in, seems to be, looks like it's obviously in SoCal, right? Not sure if it's straight up at in Compton, okay, or just, you know, USC probably has 8,000 practice facilities. But Eric Musselman is facing 3 Kings players as they are sitting on the bench. Looks like they just finished a workout. DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, and Mason Jones. So Mason Jones posted that on his story recently, and looks like they just got a workout in. It was either today or yesterday, and it just got me thinking. Obviously, we know that DeMar DeRozan is a hooper's hooper, right? And he loves to work out with guys. We don't know if anybody else was there either.
No, but we know it was Eric Musselman, who, by the way, former Kings coach.
That's right. That's right. So the 3 of them, at least the 3 of them, were getting some work in. And if anybody's wondering, Domantas Sabonis recently had another kid. So I think, you know, whatever, not paternity leave, but I'm sure he's just chilling right now.
I'm pretty sure he's over in Napa,
yes,
doing his thing.
Yes, he's chilling right now. We did not see Keegan Murray, even though Keegan talked about, hey, we're going to have some workouts and, you know, we're going to try to get this thing back right. And also pictured, it looks like actual USC players were practicing on a different court. So I don't know. There'll probably be some video. Everyone's putting out content these days. So we'll see something. But it just made me think, Kyle, and obviously you know, maybe being Stretch Armstrong here, but or go Gadget Arms with the reach.
Is that Fantastic Four?
Oh my goodness.
Not go Gadget.
Oh.
I'm saying Stretch Armstrong. Is that Fantastic Four?
Stretch Armstrong is not Fantastic Four.
Okay.
It was a product. Now you got me looking it up. It's a product line, okay, that I used to have, and I remember I stretched him too far, and his arms ripped, and green goop came out of it.
And what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like Nickelodeon, like slime?
We'll
stuff?
talk about it in the 1 o'clock hour.
Okay.
As, you know, it at least made me think, okay, well, these guys, number one, we know that Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan are fairly close, right? I don't know how close, but fairly close. How Mason Jones got the call, I'm actually pretty interested in that part of it.
I think part of it, too, is they're just in Los Angeles. Like, Mason maybe just spends the offseason in Los Angeles.
Their group chat, hey, anybody out here, we're about to get this running. It could be that simple.
Or maybe they're doing it more regular. Like, maybe Mason's out there almost every day with them. Who knows? Or every other day.
So it just made me think again, and we were talking about Domantas Sabonis. The only reason I bring up Domantas Sabonis as far as the Desmond Bane conversation is because he's got the most years left. He has all the accolades. He is the most valuable contract on the Kings, right? The DeMar DeRozan, I think that Desmond Bane could kind of affect DeMar DeRozan's deal. Maybe they could get a first. I don't know, but that's a little bit different. And Zach LaVine still costs a ton of money.
Yeah,
right?
Zach LaVine's problem is just the contract.
Yes, he still costs a ton of money. So that's why I brought up Domantas Sabonis and not the others, because I think Desmond Bane's deal affects a potential Domantas Sabonis deal the most. But with that being said, if that conversation were to come up, we have DeMar DeRozan saying, hey, and what did they go to the playoffs that first year? Or they were both all-stars that first year before the injuries. Hey, when we had he said it on every single podcast he's done. When we had Lonzo, when we had a point guard, we had this thing working, man. Mm-hmm. He said that when they were in Chicago with LaVine and DeMar. And I do wonder, when I see stuff like this, yes, there's one side of me, right? The angel on the shoulder, Allen, they're just chilling, man. This is what they do. It's just hoop. The devil on the shoulder, I think they about to run it back. Well, and I've continued to say, and there's a lot of reports coming around. I'm not a guy. I don't sit here and pretend to have sources. If I don't have sources on something, this is not sourced information. But I do think the assumption that DeMar is going to be gone might be slightly overblown, just slightly.
Well, I guess it's you're there until you're not, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Zach and DeMar are also friends, I guess, is part of it too. So, like, they both live in Los Angeles and they're both friends and they've been teammates for years. So I guess maybe it's just part of their routine. I don't know. I have a hard time kind of reading into anything more than just like, oh, DeMar was at USC because I assume that's where he works out every summer. Zach is in town. Mason Jones is in town. They all went to run together because they're all teammates, which DeMar for years has kind of been not the take young guys under their wing guy, but has always been like the, hey, I'm going to be for young players kind of thing, which, again, I'm not saying that's what it is. I don't want to read too much into it.
He's like a cooler Harrison Barnes. Right, Harrison Barnes teaches you how to do your taxes and wear a suit. DeMar is just, hey, stay out of trouble. I don't drink. I don't do any of that.
Yeah, he's uncle.
He's a cool uncle. Harrison Barnes is going to get your Roth IRA in a good position.
I don't know what we're doing there, but sure.
You're too young to care about that stuff yet. It's okay.
Okay, I'm not. I'm just saying, what are we doing there with Harrison Barnes? Just
you tell me, man. You tell me.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to read too much into it, but in terms of them bringing it back or running it back, there, I was looking for that. In terms of them running it back, I don't know if they don't get a deal for DeMar DeRozan. We've talked about so many different DeRozan deals over the last month. If it's down to just the RJ Barrett deal and they decide that's not equal value,
right? Do
they just say, hey, we're going to keep it together? I guess that's more so what DeMar wants than anything else. If DeMar is like, hey, appreciate it, guys, I want to go back home, or I want to go compete as a sixth man on the Cavs or something like that, I guess they just facilitate it, even if they're getting 60 cents on the dollar. Because, like, if they don't get an adequate deal, we've already seen their hesitancy to say no, but this is a different situation because it's a 1-year expiring contract.
Yeah, and where I'm at with this, let's just be honest here, okay? You have the Kings' big three, right? You have DeMar DeRozan, who allegedly, there are whispers that maybe Monty McNair wasn't fully on board with getting DeMar DeRozan, but the powers above, or the powers that be, really wanted DeMar DeRozan. They take the pictures together. They're nothing like us. Very much enjoys having DeMar DeRozan on the team. Now you have Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine, somebody the Kings have been enamored with for years. Now he's on the team, right? So those are two guys that we know ownership has liked, okay? The third guy, in Domantas Sabonis, really the only connection here is that he really likes Doug Christie. But besides, so it comes down to who is now pulling the strings.
Well, Andy's your franchise star, right?
Yes, but I'm just saying, right? You look at what the price tags are these days. You look at the fact that the picture, they're nothing like us. They've always loved Zach LaVine. Those are two guys. And this is more of the argument to run it back. I'm just giving more context on they might not want to move off of Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. They do. I don't think they care that people are roasting them, calling them Sacramento Bulls. I don't know that they care.
Yeah, but we've always said from the beginning, isn't it more DeMar DeRozan, kind of mutually agreeable, right?
But
DeMar DeRozan didn't sign
saying.
up for it.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't know how mutual it will be. I think that it will be more on DeMar saying, I want out versus them actually understanding that this is not going to work. I think there is a world where you go get Tyus Jones and or Marcus Smart because whatever, right? And you try to go from there. We'll talk about all the Bovada odds now. Obviously, he'd probably have to go in a deal like this, but the Ja Morant and where the Kings are falling on Ja Morant. I'm just saying there are a lot more options I think the Kings are probably looking into versus just the very kind of basic, DeMar DeRozan is going to be out. And maybe it is that simple, but you start putting some of these dots together, and I truly don't know. I think everyone it should be taking calls on everyone. And if you have a deal that can, I would say, set you up for the future, even more so than right now, that's what I would do. Not to say you got to cook the present, but that's not the Grizzlies just essentially were able to pull that off. Again, I don't think the Grizzlies are going to win the whole thing, but Kings aren't talking about winning the whole thing. They're talking about a platform of sustainable success and ultimately playoff revenue. That's what we're talking about here. That's just what it is. When we return, the Kevin Durant saga is heating up, but is the price tag cooling off? Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-653-1188. That's 800-653-1188.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
Get a great deal on your new Silverado at the Maida Chevy Silverado Superstore.
Great selection, great factory financing and incentive.
And great Maida Chevy savings on every new Silverado in stock.
Online at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles.
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking up to 2 p.m., your chance to win a DeMar DeRozan signed jersey. Listen all day, all week to Sacktown Sports for the winning code words. And once you have it, text it into 916-339-1140 for your chance to win our signed Kings DeMar DeRozan jersey. Code word will be given out at the bottom of the hour. Today's code word is Jersey.
Jersey.
Jersey. All caps. Jersey, okay? 916-339-1140. 916-339-1140. Text in Jersey for your chance to get those, to get that jersey signed by DeMar DeRozan, and keep listening all week long. You have Eric Martins joining us in about 10 minutes here as the A's are heating up, as well as the Kevin Durant drama. And right now, it seems like Kevin Durant wants to go to San Antonio. Okay, there was Iman Shumpert is talking during the finals, NBA countdown, and Shams had a certain reaction when Iman Shumpert brought up the Spurs. So you have the Spurs, Rockets, and Heat have lesser offers on the table than Minnesota, but Minnesota is not where Kevin Durant wants to go. And, you know, you kind of have an anonymous source roasting Kevin Durant a little bit, just saying, I think this is more of a let's sell some jerseys type of deal. But Kevin Durant had a really good season. He's coming off a really good season. The Suns didn't make the playoffs, but that's just due to, I mean, they didn't play really well when Kevin Durant wasn't in the lineup. Maybe part of that is, hey, well, you're still paying a lot of money and it's a rental. It's Kevin Durant who can be a bit finicky. So I just don't really see how you can't sell the farm. And that's what the Suns are figuring out. I saw during the break, Brian Windhorst was on ESPN Cleveland, and he said he could see a world where the Suns just bring Kevin Durant back. It is a complete mess out there. And the situation or the reality is, are you willing to get less than what you initially thought you would get for Kevin Durant? That's really what it comes down to. How much or how stubborn do you want to be when it comes to Kevin Durant and what you perceive to be his value if you were the Phoenix Suns. The Athletic says out of Kevin Durant's preferred trade destinations, league sources tell The Athletic that he specifically wants to play for the San Antonio Spurs. And when you have a high price tag and you have someone saying that they have preferred destinations, it's really hard to have both, right? It's really hard to have both. We learned this with the De'Aaron Fox thing. You know, when Kevin Durant says, well, I really want to go to the Spurs, and there was a whole idea of, I want to say, quote unquote, long term. I don't know what that means for Kevin Durant. So now and it's always, the Spurs always find themselves in these great positions. But now if you are the Raptors, if you are the Timberwolves, if you are even the Rockets, you're thinking, well, sorry, Phoenix, I'm not going to be able to meet your price tag because he says he doesn't really want to come here as much as he wants to go to San Antonio. So now we're having the same conversation, the same De'Aaron Fox conversation of, I can only pay so much for a rental.
Well, and that's the interesting part about this market right now, because basically the reports from The Athletic were also that Minnesota has the highest offer right now, it seems like, despite the fact that Kevin Durant doesn't seem like he wants to play there. And so it seems like the Suns' next course of action is convincing him to want to stay in Minnesota, which I don't feel like that's going to work. I feel like he kind of knows what he wants at this point, but it's interesting because normally you would say, yes, teams that get 3 years of Kevin Durant will offer more than teams who only get 1 year of Kevin Durant. But it seems like all the teams that want Kevin Durant are offering lesser trades right now. Like Houston, San Antonio, and Miami, especially Miami, it seems like is not offering the farm. It's like expiring contracts and 1 first-round pick and maybe 1 younger player.
Yeah.
It seems like the offers right now. And Minnesota's an interesting case because they can offer like Naz Reid an expiring contract to sign and trade, or like they can offer Nickeil Alexander-Walker as a sign and trade. So I guess they have more to work with, but it is super interesting that this is different because the teams that he wants to sign with are the teams that aren't offering giant trade packages for him. It's like our offer is the same no matter what.
Right, because we know Kevin Durant wants to come here. And I don't think that you're going to do clear. He said he did not that, hey, I don't really know. I'd rather go here. He said, allegedly, I don't want to go to Minnesota. Right. So if you're Minnesota, well, there goes 1 pick or whatever. There goes some of the assets I was going to offer because I know this is a 1 year thing versus the teams where if I'm the Spurs, yes, Stephon Castle's untouchable. Run it back if you want. I don't care.
I think that's part of it for all of these teams is Miami's a little weird. I don't know what they're doing, but we've said that a lot. But for the Spurs and Rockets, it's almost like Kevin Durant would be nice, but here's our offer, take it or leave it kind of situations. Like, I'm not saying they don't want Kevin Durant badly. They do, but it's like, here's what we value him at. And we're not moving off of what we value him at.
Because they're sitting there saying, if I got to overpay, why don't I just go get a DeMar DeRozan? Why don't I just do that?
Why don't I just do an organization that's willing to give him away for peanuts?
Yeah, why am I gonna fight with you, Matt Ishbia, when the Kings will give us DeMar DeRozan and all we got to give them is a bag of Sun Chips?
His Wiggins.
Yeah, here you go. Here's your Wiggins and some Sun Chips, okay?
Yeah, instead, we don't have to give you Duncan Robinson and a first-round pick, but not even a good first-round pick. We'll just take DeRozan, or we'll take one of these other guys.
And speaking of, when it comes to DeMar DeRozan, you can make the argument that, as we saw a trade happen, a couple of days ago with Desmond Bane, if the conversation is what it is, and I'm sure there is an idea of, and everybody's waiting for not everybody, but most are waiting for the Kevin Durant shoe to drop. But couldn't you make the argument DeMar DeRozan right now is worth maybe a smidgen more? Because once it comes out that DeMar DeRozan wants out, there's that old friend leverage again where, okay, well, DeMar DeRozan clearly doesn't want to be in Sacramento. So here you go, Sacramento. I don't have to give you Haywood Highsmith. You just take Andrew Wiggins because he wants to leave.
I think the difference is it's relatively easy for them to just dump DeRozan in Washington or Charlotte. Like, they don't, because his contract is expiring and because it's only $20-something million, they don't really have to listen. If push came to shove, they don't have to listen to what he wants. But I think they want to make it work for everyone involved. I think if push came to shove, they can just take Chris Middleton and dump him in Washington. And it's like, okay, congratulations. You're now on a tanking team who's probably going to buy you out.
Well, Jordan Poole and DeMar DeRozan.
You can't do that with Kevin Durant, because why would a tanking team want to do that?
Kind of a random, simply because they're playing basketball still, but kind of a random deal out of Indiana and New Orleans. This is from Shams about 10 minutes ago. NBA draft deal. The Indiana Pacers are trading their number 23 pick and the rights to Mojave King, great name, by the way, to the New Orleans Pelicans for Indiana's own 2026 first-round pick back, which the Pelicans had previously acquired. Sources tell ESPN. So this is what we're talking about. The Indiana Pacers are saying, we don't really need our pick this year. We have some questions to figure out anyway, so we'll kick that back to 2026, take our pick back, and here you go, Pelicans. You don't know what the hell you're doing. Here's the number 23.
Well, now they got a first-round pick.
Now they got a first-round pick.
Or I guess 2 now.
So that just came out from Shams. Shams says New Orleans now owns the number 7 and number 23 picks in the first round of the NBA draft. When we return, Coach Eric Martins joins us to talk the A's, who are red hot. Allen Stiles, Tech Sports.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
We get it. Tariffs are tough. Power tools are getting expensive. But at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, we're solving that problem for 2 short days on June 20th and June 21st. We're putting all DeWalt power tools on massive discount. Batteries for less than $100. Combo kits for under $150. 20% off all regular price tough system boxes and much, much more. So stop by Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento on June 20th and 21st for some of the lowest prices on tools you'll ever see this year. To see all of what's on sale, visit FastenersInc.net. Fasteners Inc. Better tools, better prices.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, the latest class of the A's Hall of Fame will be inducted before the A's play the Reds on September 13th. And what a group, including longtime A's broadcaster Monty Moore and the big three, Hudson, Mulder, and Zito. And when those guys pitch together in the A's rotation over a 5-year span, their combined records 234 and 119. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Giant Summer Sale and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com. Your one-stop Honda shop.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacramento's official home of the 49ers. San Francisco. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
It's Tuesday, so you know what that means. We are joined by third base coach for the Athletics, Eric Martins. Coach, thank you so much for joining us.
Always. My pleasure.
Well, let's start here. Nick Kurtz last night, the walk-off home run. I mean, just tell us about that moment, how electric it was in the ballpark. I saw the highlights and the replays of it. It looked like, and by the way, you know, I look, man, I played a long time ago, but I've always been a fan. I'm the bat flips. I like it all, coach. The more over the top, the better. Nick Kurtz obviously juiced up off that one, and he does have a certain swagger, pizzazz to him as well. Talk to us about that night and how everything went down.
Oh man, it was a fun game. I mean, it was a good game, well played game, pitched well, played good defense. Just came down to that moment, man, and what a special moment for the kid. You know, I mean, he's picked us up the last 2 games, had that big home run in Kansas City, and then the walk off today. So, I mean, it's just showing you what this guy can do, man. He's special. He's gonna be a force to be reckoned with here in the next couple of years, the next few years, and for his career, because this guy can hit, and he's got a lot of passion. He wants to win. He's a gamer. He's everything you want in a young player that's just coming up that has that much talent.
I'm going to ask the question, okay, because I feel like I have to. Where does that game last night rank for you as far as, I guess, memorable games in Sacramento? Because it feels like it might be up there. And, of course, you know, you do it against the Astros, and that helps a little bit more. But where would that one rank for you right now?
I think that's probably – I'd have to say that's the greatest game that we played here this year. Mm-hmm. You know, Jacob Wilson had the walk-off. We've had a couple of those, some good games. But I think the moment, the team, how we've been playing, the adversity that we've had, and now, you know, playing some good baseball, I think the moment and the excitement and just the you know, just the way that game went was huge for us. So it's got to be probably the best of the year so far.
Talking about Nick Kurtz and what he's kind of bringing to the team. When we spoke about Jacob Wilson, you know, you had a couple different player comps, and from the, I guess the I don't want to say athletic standpoint, but you know, you brought up some of the other shortstops that are just ridiculous athletically and things like that. And you talked about how Jacob Wilson, how he gets it done. He's just, you know, a grinder, and obviously can hit the ball for contact. We're seeing the power swing come as well. As far as Nick Kurtz is concerned, I don't necessarily need a player comp, but what is the ceiling for this guy? Because I bring up Jacob Wilson because you got Nick Kurtz who's hitting a ball that maybe hasn't landed yet. What is the ceiling for Nick Kurtz, and how good could he be?
I mean, this guy, he's barely scratching the surface. That's what's funny about him. I was fortunate to throw batting practice to him yesterday, and it felt like a home run derby. I mean, some of these balls that he was hitting yesterday and the balls that he's mishitting that go out of the park. So that just shows you how much power he has. But not only that, I mean, the guy can hit. He's a collegiate performer. You know what I mean? He went out and hit for average. He controls his own. He can walk, plays a really good first base. And he's more athletic than you think. I mean, he beat out an infield hit the other day, too. So I think people sleep on his athleticism over at first base, but he actually moves around pretty good. And he's a huge man. Not a man. He's a huge kid. He's not even a man yet. You know what I mean? But, I mean, you watch some of you watch the swing. I see a little bit of Jim Tomey in the swing. But it's hard to put a comp on a Hall of Famer on a kid right now. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
there's so much more to his game than just being a power hitter. So, I mean, the sky's the limit for him, for sure.
Talking to Coach Eric Martin, third base coach for the Athletics. And, Coach, look, we understand it's a long season and there's going to be highs, or going to be lows. And, you know, we've been really honest about that. But you've won 4 straight, okay? You do what you did against the Royals, and you do it on the road. Does it feel like the tide is maybe turning a little bit? You called it. You said we're due to get hot. Does it feel like this could be the hot streak, or are you taking it day by day?
You take it day by day. You know, you just go out there and you just want to play good baseball. We've been able to put across some good baseball for the last 5 games. You know, we didn't play terrible in Anaheim. They walked us off 1 game. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things where that's kind of how that rep was, man. It was, you know, it was 20 out of 21, but we were in a lot of those games. So it wasn't like we were just going out there and just getting the brakes beat out of us every single game. So I think now things have kind of settled in. We're pitching well. Our starters are going out there and done well. Our bullpen's doing well, playing pretty good defense, and now guys are starting to get hot. So it's one of those things, like I said, it's just one of those things we had to weather that storm, and now we can just go out and I think everybody can just relax a little bit, and now we can just go out and play baseball because we got that big monkey off our back.
Coach, I don't know if this made its way to the clubhouse, but Major League Baseball tweeted about this, and I don't know why. I don't know why they would put this jinx out there, but this beat the streak situation with Jacob Wilson involved. I don't know if you heard about this, but they've been doing this for years, right? If you pick the correct player for 57 games, I think you'd win $5.6 million. You would beat, obviously, the Joe DiMaggio hit streak. So this is the furthest anybody has gotten. They got to 50. They picked Jacob Wilson last night. Jacob Wilson gets the blooper, but they threw out the runner at second, so it wasn't a hit, and that's how the streak ends.
Hey, man, the baseball gods are for real. You don't talk about it. You don't talk about a hit streak. You don't talk about a winning streak. You don't talk about all that stuff. You don't say how fast this game is going, and under a minute, next thing you know, you're playing. Those things are real. Yeah. Those are superstitions. Those are things you don't talk about. You just roll with it. But, hey, man, I mean, this guy's special. It wouldn't surprise me if he gets another one started right now.
He probably is going to. He's probably going to. And that guy is going to be like, one more day.
I know, right?
Crazy stuff there, Coach. Last but not least, we've been keeping an eye on, you got so many young players that are under 26, under 25. Zach Geloff has been injured a bit, and he was on his way back and then suffered a setback. Now he's almost making his way, right? He's playing some games, I believe, with Vegas. Talk about Zach Geloff and when you get him back into the fold, how that can help the team as well.
Right. It's like you almost forget about Zach Geloff, right? And you got to remember 2 years ago when he came up, he set the league on fire, man. Mm-hmm. I mean, he came up, he raked, he hit for power, he stole bases, he showed his athleticism. Last year was a little bit of a down year for him, but he made some adjustments coming into spring. So he's an integral part of this team. He's still young. He's a part of that nucleus and that core. Urias has come in and he's done an outstanding job filling in for him. You know what I mean? So it's going to be fun to have Geloff come back. He brings a lot of excitement, a lot of energy, plays the game with passion, plays the game hard. He's an extra athlete, another athletic player. So it's just fun to have those kind of tools up and down the lineup. You know what I mean? So, and drafted guys, you start looking at it, you're going to start looking at some of our lineups across the board. It's going to be all A's players, A's, drafted, signed, and developed. So that's also special for the organization, scouting department, player development, and all that stuff, and be able to have all those guys playing together and winning some ball games.
Coach, thank you so much. As always, we will talk to you again next week, and good luck against those Astros.
I appreciate that. Good talking to you.
That was Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics, winners of 4 straight games, and none more electric than what we saw last night from Nick Kurtz. And yeah, the Jacob Wilson thing, I heard Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross talking about it as well. I believe Chris Verlade said that this guy still might get $100,000. If you're not familiar, they've been doing this forever. They do it every season because nobody's ever won it. But if you're not familiar, I think it's the MLB app or it's its own Beat the Streak app. You can sign up for free, and all you do is pick a hitter every day. It's very simple on its face. It's very simple on its face. All you do is pick a hitter every day, and if you get to 57 hits, I believe, so you can pick, back when I was playing, Jacoby Ellsbury was still playing. So they've been doing this forever, but you can pick Nick Kurtz one day. You can pick Willie Adames the next to get all the way, or you can pick the same player, right? Doesn't really, I think you can pick the same player. Doesn't matter. Just get to 57 and you will win $5.6 million. So this guy got to 50 games straight, picking somebody who got a hit. Major League Baseball tweets it out and then goes on to say, oh, and he picked Jacob Wilson. So this is just stuff you don't talk about. This is stuff you do not talk about.
You're jinxing it.
Well, they talked about it, and Jacob Wilson comes up. He was 0 of 3, I think, so far. He did not have a hit, gets a blooper, okay, in the outfield. The runner didn't know whether it was going to get caught or not. They get thrown out at second, fielder's choice, and that guy's $5.6 million goes up in smoke. MLB, you should be ashamed of yourself for throwing him under the bus like that. You should be ashamed of yourself. So shout out to that guy. Chris Verlade said he may or may not have gotten like $100,000 for getting the furthest.
Well, if he's the furthest for the whole season, which
Okay.
we're just assuming nobody's going to catch 50. But if someone gets 51, that guy's walking away with nothing.
And you can start it today. You can start your streak today.
Gosh, I was playing that game when I was like in middle school
Yeah.
or something. This thing's been around for like a decade.
I don't know what anything looks like at this point in time. I haven't played in at least maybe 7 years.
Yeah, it's basically the same for me. Gosh, like 10 years ago, this game was the Immaculate Grids? This game was like the Immaculate Grid. Like It was everyone's. I think the furthest I got was like 17 or 18, I want to say.
Yeah.
But it's so hard. The other thing you could do is like you could do a secondary player and it would like pause your streak if this like you could do double or nothing.
I never even got there.
Yeah. The whole like you could do 2 in one day, but if both didn't get a hit, then it was over. It was like the whole game was very fun, and I guess it wasn't that fun because we all just stopped doing it. I low-key forgot it still existed until this Jacob Wilson story.
Yeah, great stuff from Coach Eric Martins. We'll see if the A's can make it 5 straight against the Astros tonight in Sacramento as we get to our trade candidate of the day. Like we said, this guy is still playing, and it's not Obi Toppin because it is Benedict Mathurin. Benedict Mathurin, the hero from a couple games ago. He dropped 27 points. He was drafted in the 2022 NBA draft, which means there's still a ton of team control. He was the 6th pick in that draft to the Indiana Pacers, of course. He goes 6'6", Kyle, and this is Basketball Reference. He goes 6'6" on Basketball Reference, and I think the big thing about Benedict Mathurin is trying to figure out what exactly he is. Very interesting story, Kyle. I'm just seeing this here just from Basketball Reference. So he was born, I don't know what's going on with these Canadians, man, but they're taking over. He was born in Montreal, Quebec, okay?
Yep.
He went to high school in Mexico. NBA Academy, Latin America, in Mexico.
Okay. And then ended up at Arizona?
Then went to Arizona for college and gets drafted in the first round. So Benedict Mathurin, to me, is right on that fringe of, okay, a couple places are giving him 6'6". He's probably more like 6'5", 6'4", maybe. not a power forward is my the best way I could put it.
No,
Not a power forward.
A 3 that's probably a 2.
Yes, in 72 games. This was kind of surprising to me, Kyle, when I looked this up. I did not realize Benedict Mathurin could score the basketball like this. You know what he reminds me of? When I watch him, he kind of reminds me of, and he's a better shooter, but that's not really difficult. He kind of reminds me of a poor man's Amen Thompson a little bit. Scrappy, gets after you defensively. Like I said, better shooter, but he's getting offensive. When you watch him, you're wondering, how are you getting to, he's averaged 16 points a game. If you watch him, you think, how are you getting to 16 points a game?
Yeah, it's interesting because I know he's very excellent at his scoring ability. It's just, is the reason why he hasn't been better because of the defense hasn't blossomed the way people maybe thought he was? Because like people were talking about him versus Keegan Murray in the draft, and I think most people would say Keegan probably is going to get a larger contract than Benedict Mathurin when they both have their extensions.
He's not starting. He's not starting. They're on a better team, and they're younger. So I don't know if it's apples to apples. 16 points a game in 72 games, 5.3 rebounds per game, 1.9 assists per game, 45% from the field, 34% from three, 83% from the line for his career, which has been a short one. 209 games, 15.9 points per game, 4.5 rebounds per game, 1.8 assists per game, 44.6% from the field, 34.2% from three-point range. Yeah, I mean, he's only 22, okay? He is literally about to turn 23 in 2 days, June 19th.
So he's the same age Keegan was when he got drafted.
Yeah.
Just crazy to think about that way.
And he's in his third season. Okay, he was fourth in Rookie of the Year voting his rookie season. He was eighth in Sixth Man of the Year voting. He was at 16.7 his rookie year. He played 78 games, 28 minutes per game. Okay, last season he only played 59 games. He was the one that was missing in the playoffs last season. As everybody said, the Pacers got to face a bunch of injured teams. They were missing Benedict Mathurin.
Well, yeah, and then Tyrese got hurt, obviously, against the Celtics, but
yeah,
Benedict Mathurin was out the whole season. I guess it's interesting because, like, yes, he is coming off the bench, but at the same time, is he coming off the bench because he's not Aaron Nesmith?
Pretty much.
Because I guess Aaron Nesmith is bringing better defense. I'm kind of just glancing at the defensive numbers for their team, and Benedict Mathurin's their worst defender. Statistically speaking, he is their worst defender. So I guess it goes back to Austin Rivers last week was talking about what you need in the modern NBA. It's like, if we're talking about the 5 tools, Mathurin's giving you 3 of them, but without the ability to guard your man, a 27 point per game scorer only does them but so much if he's their worst defender statistically.
Yeah, and it's so he's worse than Halliburton?
At least just based on the nerd stats, the O LeBron, D LeBron, C LeBrons, which I'm just going to hit myself with it.
Dork.
Yeah.
Halliburton is negative. Oh, Halliburton's not even the worst on the Pacers either. But Halliburton's a negative 0.11. He's a negative 0.73. The next worst defender is, well, we're not going to count Jahlil Okafor because he only played like 4 games with them. Ironically enough, it's Obi Toppin.
I hate those. It's anyway.
not exactly the answer you were looking for.
No, well, I don't want to hear any of that anyway. By the way, we're about to get into some of the deals that could be done for Benedict Mathurin, and the Pacers have a decision because I feel like they have a bunch of similar guys, right? They're not exactly the same, but Nesmith, Benedict Mathurin, Nembhard's more of a ball handler, but they're all like 6'4" to 6'6", and nobody's really sure out of those 3 who's going to be the best in 5 years. I'm not sure. I just wanted to quickly just bring up how bad Nembhard has been. I think we already did Nembhard as a trade candidate, or maybe we were waiting for the Pacers to lose and they just didn't.
I think Whitey also.
He's been terrible. Offensively, he's been very bad.
Yeah, you know who else has been surprisingly bad the last few games is Ben Shepherd.
Yeah.
Like, they were kind of plugging him in for spots, and it's like, you can't really play him very much at this point in the playoffs.
No, you can't. But I wonder if a conversation is had where one of these guys is probably getting moved, is my point. Between Nesmith, Mathurin, Ben Shepherd, I don't think is saving anybody, but Nesmith, Mathurin, Nembhard, I don't think all three of them will be on the team next
I guess the question is just, what do they need? Like, what is the thing that they're going to get that puts them over the hump from where they are?
I think they need one of those guys to take a leap. That's number one.
But a leap in what way? Offensively?
I think offensively, because we can look up his playoff stats, but there's no way Benedict Mathurin has been at 16 during the playoffs. There's no way.
I don't know, because he's got a few 20-point games in there, but I still, it's tough because so much of their success is that these guys, like Austin Rivers said, they all have ball handling ability. They all can spot up and shoot for three. And because Tyrese Halliburton is their star player and he's mostly a facilitator.
This is what he needs around him.
I guess, but it's like, I think the way for them to be better is like Tyrese being a 25-point per game guy instead of asking Mathurin to take a leap or be more of a focal point of their offense, or asking any of those guys to. I think it's maybe more on Tyrese to make a leap.
This is the decision. Yeah, but I think this is the decision they have to make. And I've said, and I said it when it happened. They lose that game. It won't be Harrison Barnes on the Warriors 2016 level slander, but they lose that. And it's tough because this guy's splitting time with SGA, but they lose this series. You're going to look at Andrew Nembhard and that game 4, and also this, to a lesser degree, game 5, but that game 4, Andrew Nembhard was open all day long.
Yeah.
And I get it. He's battling with Shea. I get it, but he makes again, this is a 2016 Harrison Barnes conversation, or you could argue the Harrison Barnes 2022 conversation to a lesser degree with the Kings. He makes, and that wasn't the finals, but he makes a couple of those shots. Nembhard does. They go up 3-1, and they probably win the series.
Yeah. By the way, Mathurin's averaging 11 points in the playoffs.
Yeah. So 5 points under his regular season average.
But you also saw it at the end of game 4 is like, when it comes to clutch time or nut crunching time, it's like they can't play him because he can't defend. So when push comes to shove, they can't play Benedict Mathurin down the stretch because I saw one of my favorite jokes from the whole game 4 was someone saying, how did Benedict Mathurin check in for 2 minutes and commit every possible mistake you could make down the stretch? And, like, it's great when he's scoring 27 points and shooting 75% from the field, and the Pacers are up 8 points with 4 minutes to go. But outside of a situation where they have a lead, you can't play him down the stretch on that team specifically. They need the team defense. They need Nembhard and Nesmith and McConnell to play defense more than they need Mathurin scoring.
I think, and again, this isn't a segment on how the Pacers can save their season, but I think you throw all that out the window in game 6. I think that if you're still losing, right, and Nesmith, you're waiting for him to have those 6 threes. I don't know if it's coming back. Well, I mean, last night they said it at one point, they got TJ McConnell with the greatest third quarter of his entire career. And it's still not enough. So I'm thinking they're just not as good as the Thunder, but because they're not as good, you can't try to play traditionally, right? If Mathurin is going to at least be hot for you, right now I can't play Nesmith and Nembhard. That's my issue because you're still fouling. The Thunder are still scoring, and Nembhard cannot. He looks like he's shooting with the opposite hand. That's how bad it is.
Which I guess we'll talk about it after the break, but it brings it back to the original point of the conversation, which is, what does Indiana need, right? Like, we can say bringing back Mathurin and Nesmith and Nembhard and Ben Shepherd doesn't make sense, but what is it what is the thing that they need in order to get over, which maybe the Kings have it, maybe they don't.
We will find out as Kyle has cooked up some trade proposals to get one Benedict Mathurin, and Doug will work on his defense. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Tuesday, spotlighting sunshine, a pleasant morning, and a warmer afternoon. Expect to have light winds out of the southwest today. Plenty of sunshine. Highs in the low to mid 90s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. Whether you purchase a new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, Elk Grove Honda has the right Honda at the right price. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests, Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Avery-Anna. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
What's going on? We're talking to Chad Hoblit, Hoblit Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Chad, tell me what's happening for the Employee Pricing Plus sales events.
Anyone can get you employee pricing, but at Hoblit, it's all about the plus. You can only get here. Save up to $16,000 off MSRP on new 2025 Ram 1500 crew cabs. One of the many reasons we are the #1 Ram truck dealer in California.
But why do you think Hoblit's consistently California's #1 Ram truck dealer?
You won't find a better price on the Ram truck you need. And with 500 new Rams available, no one has a better selection. Plus, being a 5th-generation family-owned dealer, you get the big city selection and savings with the small town service, and we have 7 Walter P. Chrysler Service Awards to prove it.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HoblitDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblit, period.
16,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 1500 Laramie after 6,000 factory rebates and 10,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 2,500 select inventory bonus cash, 500 on the job upfit, must show eligible upfit. Employee pricing factored into dealer discount. 5% net savings. Sample VIN 711632. See dealer for details.
Switch to Comcast Business Mobile and save hundreds a year on your wireless bill. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Restrictions apply. Comcast Business Internet required. Compares 2 unlimited intro lines and lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. And we have an update here, okay, on the workout that I brought up about an hour ago. If you're just now joining us, thank you for joining us. Allen Stiles Show, Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass. And there was a post, okay, this morning. So it was this morning, all right, from Mason Jones. Mason Jones posted, and it was Eric Musselman, head coach of USC Trojan basketball, with DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. Okay, they were all hanging out, and then we'll get to these trade proposals from Kyle. They were all hanging out. Okay, looked like they had just worked out. We didn't know when it happened. We didn't know if anybody else was there. We didn't know any of it. What I have for you now is a post from Coach Eric Musselman 30 minutes ago, and it's a picture. He says, awesome having DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, Doug Christie, and Mason Jones out at USC this morning. So Doug Christie was also in attendance for this workout, right? Zach's holding some sneakers, so obviously they got after it. And I'm just curious now, what was done these workouts? Clearly, Mason Jones, well-liked, okay? Seems like a very nice guy. We talked to him during media day. So the three of them were getting after it. Doug getting more, assimilated with Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Mason Jones. So that's what they were doing down there in USC or at USC. Seems like that was the crew. Maybe they were playing against some of the USC players. No video yet, but yeah, Eric Musselman just tweeted that out.
Do you think Doug was lacing him up?
I'm based on the outfit, no. Because Doug's got on an army or a camouflage crew sweater and some jeggings and some running shoes. So I don't think Doug was cooking.
Okay, but at least we know Doug was down there. So couple of Kings coaches cutting it up, huh?
Yeah.
Eric Musselman.
Just right.
1 year with the Maloofs and 15 years ago, and Doug Christie, the current head coach, all chopping it up together.
What an interesting crew.
Yeah.
Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Doug Christie, Eric Musselman, and Mason Jones.
Yeah. Eric Musselman, who also has no affiliation with the Kings, which, based on recent history, is not a guarantee, right? If you've had any relation with the Kings coaching staff,
you still
at some point in the past, you've got a shot.
That's right. That's right. I think that USC money that's good money out there. So I'm not leaving. Okay, you're gonna force me out.
USC money probably is pretty close to NBA money.
I'm telling you, man.
Like, you think? Okay, let's play this game, because Doug has got to be like one of the lowest paid coaches in the NBA right now.
Oh, man.
How much more? I'm not saying that Musselman's getting more. How much more, though, do you think Doug's contract is than Musselman over there at USC? Because Musselman, I think we have the numbers on that.
So I'm looking here, and it says that pretty much, I'm just trying to confirm. Here you go. Musselman was under contract with Arkansas through the 2025-2026 season. Musselman agreed to a $2.5 million a year contract with Arkansas that was supposed to run through 2023-2024, but his contract was extended to $4 million a year. Okay, and his buyout to go to USC was only $1 million, but they, for some reason, do not have what he is making.
It's
now.
about $4.2 million.
What he's making now.
Musselman at USC is making about $4.2 million.
So he was essentially making the same thing at Arkansas, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty close.
Or Arkansas, it was increasing to $4 million, and I think what probably happened is it started at $4 million at USC, and it will increase from there. So call it around $5 million a year.
Here's the bar. So the previous coach, Andy Enfield, was $3.8 million. Musselman got a pay raise to leave USC. So
it's
somewhere
about
between
5. Yes, I would say about $5 million.
Somewhere between 4 and 5.
The Doug's getting more than that.
Willie Green with the Pelicans is the lowest reported head coach, and he got an extension, so it's probably more now. His original contract was $2.5 million.
Man, that USC money.
That USC basketball money. What Lincoln Riley is like the highest paid coach in college football too.
Yeah. So that's what they were doing out there in Compton. Okay, getting down and getting on the same page. Let's see if Benedict Mathurin will also be on the Kings page. All right, Kyle, let's get these trade candidates. What's popping tonight?
All right. So the first trade situation, I guess, is I don't know. This doesn't really solve the Pacers' problem, but it more so just kind of like shuffles the deck a little bit, which is I don't even know if he's a better player right now than Mathurin, but it would just be swap those two, Malik Monk for Mathurin, and then the Kings get Tony Bradley for salary reasons. But basically just Monk for Mathurin.
Pacers are not doing that.
That's what I thought, but that's the only real thing the Kings have of value, because they're not going to want DeRozan. So,
I don't know. Thank you, Doug.
Well, they would have to include two of the guys to get DeRozan. I just don't think they would do that.
No.
So that's the only. I don't even know if he's better than Mather. I think they're kind of like the same player right now.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird to kind of put it together, but I guess the Pacers probably would just say, we'll take the 22-year-old and hope he blossoms into something instead of the sure thing of Malik, which, by the way, I think they averaged the same number of points this year.
Yeah, it's just tough for Malik right now. It's even tough for me to evaluate Malik coming off of this past season. It was just so random. So random with the sitting and the starting and the point guard and the starting at 2 guard, just very random for Malik.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, if they offered Mathurin an extension this offseason, it would probably be literally what Malik just signed for with the Kings, like 4 years, $75 million or something like that.
Now, would I do this again? Yeah, I would. I would get younger. And
so this is just about the youth and what Mathurin could become.
That's exactly right. He's a little bigger. I think he can still improve defensively. I don't think it's, I don't think it's all the way cooked. I would do it, but I just don't see why the Pacers would do that.
Yeah, I don't either. But this brings us to the second one, which is, what is the thing the Kings have that Indiana might need? A little bit of defensive length, the 3 position, a player that they could have had if Sacramento had chosen differently in the draft. Let's go with his draft classmate, Keegan Murray.
Okay.
So this is actually pretty funny. I don't want to change it now because it's funnier this way, but I had made this morning before the Pacers traded the pick that was supposed to go to Sacramento.
Yeah.
But originally the idea was they get Keegan Murray for Benedict Mathurin, Jarris Walker, and then move up 20 spots in the draft. So the Kings go from 42 to 23, and you get your point guard in the bottom half of the first round. So for Keegan, you would get former first-round pick, kind of flaming out right now, Jarris Walker and Benedict Mathurin.
Kyle, you are overvaluing Keegan Murray, brother.
Am I now?
Yeah, you are.
All the numbers say Keegan Murray's a better player than Benedict Mathurin. And Jarris.
Yeah, but you're giving the Kings are getting to move up and take my guy Grant Nelson at 23.
Well, not
Jarris
anymore.
Walker, not anymore.
Maybe okay. So get rid of the picks. If I just make it Jarris Walker.
I think the Pacers would be interested in that, but they're not giving. Yeah, they wouldn't have given up all 3 of them things for Keegan Murray.
It's just 20 spots in the draft. It's not that big of a difference.
It is a big deal.
Jarris Walker played 0 minutes in the finals, and I say played because he's already been ruled out for injury for Game 6. So I don't know.
He's 6'7", by the way. Powerful. He's 21, Jarris Walker.
But how do we bridge the gap between Keegan and Benedict Mathurin without giving up one of the core players on the Pacers?
No, I think Benedict Mathurin and Jarris Walker for Keegan, I think is much more even.
Well, I guess that's what we have to do now because the Pacers don't have the 23rd pick anymore.
I think that's much more even, but even still, Keegan, Malik, all this season just got squirrely on everyone's value to me.
Yeah. I mean, Keegan, we know Keegan's more valuable than Benedict Mathurin, right? We feel pretty certain
yes,
that is the case.
I think size, I think what we've seen from him, like I said, lesser team, but Keegan starts every single night. We know he's way better defensively. Is Keegan a Jarris Walker better than Benedict Mathurin? To me, yes.
So therefore you would not do it. Or you're saying if you're the Pacers.
I'm saying it's an even trade. I don't know who would do it or not do it. Would I personally do it? Probably not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You would hang on to Keegan.
I would.
Yeah, I know. And again, the only reason I went this way is because Keegan's probably the only thing the Kings have that the Pacers want. Unless the Pacers are like, we just don't want Benedict Mathurin anymore. Please give us Malik Monk.
Like I said, they just got Keegan's bigger, right? They got a bunch of 6'4" to 6'6" dudes, the Pacers do. If they said, Allen, you got to place a bet on who you think is more likely to make one all-star team between Benedict Mathurin and Keegan, I'd put my money on Keegan, but I wouldn't expect to get it back anyway, but I would put it on Keegan before Benedict Mathurin.
I know they believed it was Keegan, or at least the previous regime, because they took Keegan over Benedict Mathurin. Right. It was Keegan, Jaden, and Mathurin were the choices they had, and they chose Keegan. And I guess you'd say of the three, they're all pretty close, but I think they chose right so far, if you had to say.
If Benedict, let's say they don't do that, and Benedict Mathurin is on the Kings, I wonder what he'd look like right now if he was getting essentially the runway that Keegan was getting. Because like I said, he's coming off the bench, playing on a much younger, more successful team. If he was just playing as much as Keegan was, I wonder how we would view Benedict Mathurin.
I don't know. Would he be a 20-point? Do you think he can be a 20-point per game guy in the NBA? And not like on high volume, like 20 points per game as a, not 50, 40, 90, but like 48, 38, 88 kind of number. I don't think it's going to happen for him. But
I mean, he's never, think about it like this, though. He's at 15.9, right? He's at 15.9 for his career on a good team. And he's playing a shade under 30 minutes a game. He's playing 20. So he's scoring 16 points in 28 minutes a game.
Right. But he's also kind of inefficient, right? He shoots 34% from three and 44% from the field.
Who cares?
That's basically Malik Monk. I don't think
22 though.
I don't even think
Malik was, in a different spot when he was 22.
I think Malik's only 25 or 26.
And a lot has happened in those 3 years or 4 years.
Sure, yeah. He was a flame out at 22, 23, and now here he is as a super sub sixth man role, which, Benedict Mathurin is kind of that on the Pacers right now, and they're in the finals.
Yeah, now that I put it like that, as far as who would I bet to be an all-star, it's really close between those two. I'd say Keegan.
But I don't think either is ever going to get there.
No. And if you can get Jarris Walker as well at 21, 6'7".
Played 0 minutes in the finals.
By the way, how about Tony Bradley getting some time yesterday for the Pacers?
Okay.
I was so confused.
We've got to go to break, but I just thought it was so funny that there was one time where they got a steal and it was him and Shea were one-on-one, and he tried to hit the Euro step on Shea and went up for the shot, and Shea just swatted that thing out of the air. Like, brother, you're like 5 inches bigger than him. Just go over him.
Yeah, this is what Carlisle's dealing with.
Tony Bradley trying to hit the Euro.
This thing is cooked.
The Euro step, and that one time that Obi Toppin had a wide open dunk and he just body checked Isaiah Hartenstein like it was the Stanley Cup final.
Is Ace Bailey cooking his situation? Every year there's always one in the NBA draft. And could the Kings get into the draft conversation? Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
This summer, give your kids a reason to smile, brightly. At Kids Care Dental, we make dental visits fun with a kid-friendly team, easy to schedule appointments, and expert doctors who really care.
Whether it's a checkup, a cleaning, or their very first visit, we've got you covered. We accept most insurances, and we're always ready when your schedule gets hectic.
Smiles grow here. Book online in minutes at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com. Kids Care Dental, where healthy teeth make happy kids.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I got to get business cards printed for my entire staff, but where do I even?
That was easy.
Oh, okay, Staples. But can I have bigger stuff printed too, like huge signs and banners?
That was easy.
Nice. And what if I had to ship a package?
That was easy.
Have my passport photo taken?
That was easy.
Coffee and snacks?
That was easy.
What about the latest laptops?
That was
Earbuds
easy.
and headphones?
That was
Office
easy.
chairs?
That was easy.
I think I also need to get some Staples.
Seriously?
I had to ask.
For everything your business needs to get the job done.
Staples. That was easy.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Hot summer savings explode at Maida's Elk Grove Chevy. Save $12,000 off MSRP after rebates. Every new 2025 Silverado half-ton LT and RST in stock. Maida Chevy has similar savings on every new Silverado. One of the largest selections in the Sacramento area. $12,000 off new Silverado exclusively at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
West rating 2011 renewed. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers.
Hi, Sacramento. It's the No Surprise guys at Bell Brothers Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Need a new water heater? Call Bell Brothers. Need a free plumbing estimate? Call Bell Brothers. Have a clogged drain? Call Bell Brothers and we'll unclog it for only $67. Plus free camera inspection, valued at $250. We don't guess at plumbing and drain problems. We used advanced camera inspections and diagnostics. We're fast, reliable, and respect your time by showing up when we say we will. The price we quote is the price you pay. With more technicians, more trucks, and more experience, we get the job done right the first time. No surprises. Our technicians are all background checked, drug tested, and will leave the work area cleaner than they found it. Don't wait. Call Bell Brothers today or book online at nosurpriseguys.com. That's nosurpriseguys.com.
Whitey here for Napoleon Grills, reminding you that when buying a new grill, every detail matters. While supplies last, you'll receive a $149 gift with purchase on every new Napoleon Prestige stainless steel grill. The kit even includes a pizza lover starter kit and much more. And now up to $79 off Napoleon Rogue models. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last, with a lifetime warranty and premium steel that boasts amazing quality. Visit Green Acres Nursery today for your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
(916-339-1140). That is the number to text in. Listen all day, all week for your chance to win a signed Kings DeMar DeRozan jersey. And that is the secret word today, jersey. Jersey. So text that in right now. You'll get put into the system. Those that listen every day, and a lot of work for the promotions team, but those that listen every day, you will be put into a system. And if you hit on every secret word, you will be put into a pile with others that hit on every secret word. And the lucky number will be selected to win that DeMar DeRozan jersey.
There's got to be a system where it like just auto populates, right? They can't be just adding it every day.
They're just down there underneath us in the dark. There's no light, right? On the first computer made.
You joke, but literally there are no windows in that promotions room. Our girls, Madai and Brittany, just have no light, no sunlight, no clock.
Yeah,
just two computers filled with people texting in Jersey, 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 Jersey,
and the 2 sleeping bags. That's it. Okay, and some coffee.
I feel kind of bad for them sometimes, but I also don't have a window in my room, so you know. We all see the sunlight at the end of the day.
That's right.
Except for them, they live there.
It's like a casino. All right.
It's like a casino, but with people calling, asking for tickets.
That's right. As it seems like Ace Bailey may be more of a gamble than what people initially thought. And your segue strikes again.
That's a 4-star right there.
That's pretty good.
That was a 4-star.
It was pretty good. This is so random, but I feel like there's always one player that just is, you know what? Here go 2 more for y'all. Here go 2 more draft spots that I don't want. This is from Jonathan Gavoni, who does great work for ESPN as an NBA draft analyst. Ace Bailey's draft stock has been falling due to his unwillingness to visit several teams and the fact that he has yet to conduct a single workout. Why? Bailey, here you go. Here is the explanation. Bailey believes he's a top 3 player in the draft and wants to be selected by a team that will provide a clear pathway to stardom.
Here go 2 more for y'all.
Here's the quote from Jonathan. Bailey's pre-draft workout strategy has perplexed some observers as he has yet to conduct a single known workout to date, having declined invitations from several teams within his draft range. Sources say Bailey's camp has informed interested teams that they believe he is a top 3 player in the draft, but also seeks a clear pathway to stardom, perhaps feeling comfortable that a team will trade up to get him at number 3 or 4 should he drop. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what I just read. I have no clue what I just read. So
okay, so what are you? Let's start here. What are you confused by with this Ace Bailey story?
So he has not done a workout
for the Sixers.
He has not done a workout.
Yes,
for anybody. He hasn't done a workout for anybody. But he wants to be clear that he is a top 3 player in the draft and wants a path to stardom. None of that connects to each other.
Well, think about the order, right? So he believes it's him and Dylan Harper and Cooper, and they're all going to be all-stars, is what he believes. His best friend and teammate, they're all going to be all-stars.
Yes. Even though they were on Rutgers and it wasn't a good team.
Right. So if Dylan's going to go number 2, that was a weird sentence. If Dylan's going to go to the Spurs at number 2, and Cooper Flagg is going to go number 1 to Dallas, sounds like he doesn't want to go to Philadelphia because Philadelphia doesn't give him that runway to be a starter. So who has the next picks in the draft? Charlotte, Utah, Washington. Sounds to me like Mr. Ace Bailey doesn't want to go to Philadelphia, kind of doesn't want to go to Charlotte. He wants to be a Utah Jazz. He wants the runway to stardom, to be the face of a franchise, the face of a downtrodden franchise. Because again, Washington has Alex Sarr, so maybe if he ends up, this sounds to me like he's trying. This is a crazy sentence to say. It sounds like he's trying to navigate his way to Utah. Which I guess you would say, why?
Why?
Why would you do that? Just go to Charlotte or Philly.
And I'm not really sure. So the Philly thing, the path to stardom thing is, hey, I don't want what happened to Jonathan Kuminga to happen to me. But you're not going to a team that is doing that. None of those teams. Is he afraid to sit behind Paul George? I mean, he's 6'10", he's a small forward. It's not as if I could see if he was a point guard, and I don't want to deal with Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain, but I'm just very. What are you afraid of?
What are you afraid of?
He's afraid of Kelly Oubre?
I'm not even saying Kelly Oubre. I think it's that if you go to the 76ers, that's a team that wants to win now, that has established stars.
Right.
If you go to a bad team, you have a chance to be the star. If he believes, I guess
that is crazy.
Because he believes he's going to fix one of these teams, which theoretically you could do in Philadelphia.
Fix the Sixers.
The Sixers, I guess if I'm reading this, they already have 2 All-Stars and expect to win now. They have Joel Embiid. He's never going to be anything with Joel Embiid there.
That's not true, and we don't even know when Joel Embiid's playing basketball.
You're
again.
correct, but this is what he's thinking, maybe.
This is ridiculous.
He wants to go to Utah, man.
So he can't go to. Why doesn't he want to go to Charlotte with LaMelo?
Maybe he does want to go to Charlotte. I'm just saying, if he wanted to go to Charlotte, then he wouldn't have to worry. The Sixers might take Edgecombe anyways. But the fact that he's trying to fall further in the draft makes me think he wants to go to Utah or Washington, although Washington has Alex Sarr, so I don't know if he's like, they're kind of going to be jockeying for a position.
So he believes he's a top 3 player, but he doesn't believe that the Sixers are a typical top 3 destination.
I just think he doesn't want to go to the Sixers.
And he hasn't done any workouts. This is from Gavoni has
you like jazz?
Perplexed some observers.
You like jazz?
I just think he doesn't want to go to the Sixers, man.
This is trick off 101.
You like jazz?
Well, who do these kids think they are, man?
He apparently thinks one of the top 3 picks in the draft,
like,
no matter
dude.
what. Which, in fairness, Ben Simmons tried this also. And you know what the Sixers said? We will take you even without your medicals. And they did. So it's not to say like this hasn't been done before. Jaden Ivey reportedly wanted to go to either Detroit or Indiana because that's where his mom played in the W. And he didn't want to go to Sac. Like, people have tried this before to try and navigate what draft position they end up at. Just usually is not to go to the bad team. Right. Usually you want to go to the good team. He wants to go to the bad team.
This is just a joke, an absolute joke. So we'll see what happens. Look, the Kings, even if they get into the first round, they're not getting that high, but you never know. So we'll keep an eye on this. By the way, the Nuggets don't really have any picks, but with that being said, they also still don't have a GM, which is pretty interesting. They did not renew the contract of their assistant GM, and Bennett Durando writes from the Denver Post, the decision leaves Denver without a full-time GM and assistant GM 9 days before the draft. Some people were kind of roasting on him, saying, well, they don't really have a pick, so it doesn't matter. But it's still kind of weird.
Yeah, the last time this happened, the Kings hired Pete D'Alessandro like 9 days before the draft. That was like 10 years ago. The Nuggets are a champion team. I'm shocked that they don't have anyone running their front office, unless it's Jokic. Maybe Jokic.
Well, yeah, it is probably Jokic. He just has a whiteboard, and he's also going to be in the draft room. He's just going to do everything. He does their taxes. He does everything.
Coach/general manager.
Yeah, that's what Jokic is. All from a Taco Bell commercial. When we return, we got bonus. In a way, trade candidate. Is there someone out there on the reeling Grizzlies that is worth going all in for? Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. SubcontractorsUnited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SacSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and essentially located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SacSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SacSuperstore.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Just a quick update when it comes to the special word, the secret word. It has evolved, okay, from Jersey, that was the morning show, to the afternoon show, the midday show. For us, it is hoop. All right? So 916-339-1140. If you want a chance at that DeMar DeRozan signed jersey, it is hoop.
If you did jersey before, it still counts, but we have a new word now.
H-O-O-P, all caps, hoop. All right, so get that in if you want that DeMar DeRozan signed jersey. And he was recently with Doug Christie in LA. He was really home, okay, with Doug Christie, Mason Jones, Zach LaVine, Eric Musselman, all hanging out today. You can get that DeMar DeRozan jersey, as we have a bonus trade candidate that may be able to help the Kings. And this guy could help everybody. This guy is probably the most sought after player outside of, I don't know. I mean, Aaron Gordon, I know a lot of people were talking about Aaron Gordon, but this guy he is the key, right? This guy's going to unlock every single team. Okay. And Kyle has cooked up a way for the Kings to get this guy so he can unlock the Kings. And to be fair, this is a conversation that would truly put, I think, the Kings into I wasn't going to say contention, but yeah, we're talking 4 seed. We're talking, okay, you should comfortably be in the playoffs. That's what I would say.
But that's the debate for us here on the Allen Stiles Show to talk about, which is, so obviously Memphis just traded Desmond Bane, and all reports are saying that they want to keep Jaren Jackson and John.
Hold on, Kyle. Hold on. Before we get to that, I did just want to say, because this dropped about 5 minutes ago, Tyrese Halliburton is believed to have suffered a strained right calf and will get an MRI to determine its severity. What a sad life comes. This is a theme of the show today. Life comes at you fast. If Andrew Nembhard didn't turn into Harrison Barnes in game 4, they would have pulled. I think they would have pulled it off.
They would be up 3-2 right now, but they would have to possibly play game 6 with no Tyrese Halliburton.
But maybe he doesn't strain it. I don't know.
Well, no, we know the play that he strained it on. It was in the first quarter where he kind of slid to the floor and threw it to the corner. They kept playing. They kept playing the highlight over and over again during the.
Yeah, but maybe he's in a different position. They're up 3-1.
Yeah,
we'll never know now.
Maybe if Kevin Durant doesn't step to the left,
man, that's rough.
So this would be literally remember in 2018 when the Rockets were up 3-2 on the Warriors and Chris Paul popped I think it was his quad or his hamstring.
His hammy, yeah.
Yeah, like that would have been the same situation as like, can you win one game with no Tyrese Halliburton if you're Indiana? Can you just find a magical way
to game 7?
No, because if they had won game 4, in your situation, like right now they're screwed, right?
Yeah,
they're down 3-2. Maybe they win game 6 at home, but imagine if they were up 3-2 right now and all of this was happening.
Wow. And now if Tyrese Halliburton, I mean, we are going to see ratings, and I know we don't really talk about the ratings on the show because we don't care. We just care about good basketball. But people are going to have a field day. If Tyrese Halliburton does not play in game 6, it will probably be the worst ratings in the history of the NBA.
No, come on. This is the first game 6 since what, like 2022?
I'm telling you, bro.
You think it's going to be worse?
If Tyrese Halliburton doesn't play?
You think the ratings are going to be worse than that, like, Boston up 3-0 game where Dallas won by 50 points last year against the Celtics?
Dude, they were 2017 when the games were good. They were as bad as, or worse since 2017 when the games were good.
Well, non-pandemic years.
No, and then game 2, they included the pandemic years.
There's no way.
They did, Kyle.
No.
They did.
For game 2, the ratings were worse than the bubble one?
I'm pretty sure that's what I read.
That's crazy.
Okay.
This might be some like 2007 Spurs.
It's going to be. I want it to be historic because I want to be a part of history.
You want to be part of everyone just rejecting the Thunder as their champion.
The
Thunder are the new Spurs, right? It's just nobody. They're awesome, but no one cares.
Yeah, we'll see. I think people might start to care about Shea. We need to hate someone, right? They don't bring any emotion out. But we'll get to that. Just wanted to give that news on Tyrese Halliburton and sad stuff. I know we're obviously not joking about that, but just about the situation in general. Look, for the fact that they even got here, kudos to them. Injuries or no injuries to other teams, they balled out. They did their thing, but it seems like it's all come crashing down, and it's not Andrew Nembhard's fault by himself, but he did not play very well, and you needed somebody, in order for the Pacers to pull it off, they needed to be clicking on all cylinders every single game. They could not slip up once, and they did, and it's probably going to cost them a parade in Indiana. All right, Kyle, now where were we with Triple J?
With Jaren Jackson Jr. So like we said, all indications are that the Grizzlies want to move forward with Jaren Jackson and Ja Morant. But kind of the theme of the last 2 days since the Desmond Bane trade has been, hey, maybe the market just says you got to make a trade, right? Because we talked about yesterday, I don't really know what the Grizzlies' vision is after making that move.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they make the call to decide we're going to trade those draft picks for another star and we're going to pair Ja with Jaren Jackson and a center or something. I don't know. But is there a world where they decide to say, hey, we're going to blow it up, get 20 first-round draft picks and figure it out from there, right? And in that world, if you're Sacramento, would giving up essentially control of your draft for the next 5 years be worth pairing Jaren Jackson Jr. with Domantas Sabonis? Because I think rational basketball minds could come to different conclusions on that, kind of similarly to how people disagree on the Desmond Bane trade and people disagree on the Mikal Bridges trade. I think giving up essentially Keegan Murray and control of your draft, like your first round picks and pick swaps for 5 years, is what it would cost to get Jaren Jackson Jr., because you assume if you get Jaren Jackson Jr. and Sabonis, you're going to be at least decent for the next 5 years.
Yeah. And look, this is the guy. He can unlock your team, right? So you put him at the 4, if you will, and Domantas Sabonis is at the 5. And even though Domantas is at the 5, you still have Jaren Jackson, Defensive Player of the Year, his ability to kind of cover Domantas Sabonis in that way. He can stretch the floor. Domantas Sabonis will take care of the rebounds because Jaren Jackson does not enjoy rebounding too much. So seems like it could be a match made in heaven. And this is a conversation to me. I'd be willing to give up a lot, because I do think that if you are team retool, right, not rebuild, this is at the very least a retool where you could convince yourself that, yeah, they could actually do something.
Right. You're going the Twin Towers model in this situation, which we've said before, Jaren Jackson Jr. and Sabonis games are complementing each other perfectly. I can't remember which Bleacher Report person, no disrespect, I just can't remember which Bleacher Report person had the ideal trade candidates for every team, and the Grizzlies, it was like number 1, Domantas Sabonis.
Right.
You can get Domantas Sabonis, awesome. So I guess in that respect, it would be a pairing that I think brings out the best in both, while acknowledging that right now neither player is a top 10 in the league, right?
Yeah.
So if you make that move and you have no major recourse to improve other than like still having the Timberwolves pick you got for De'Aaron Fox, is it worth your while to just get you back into contention with no real way to get better after, or like make the leap after that?
Yeah.
At least we can't see it.
All right, let's get to it. And by the way, coming up here, there is a report that just came out on the Kings and the Raptors' interest in Malik Monk. I'm actually speaking with who put that report out from Clutch Points. We're going to most likely have him on the show tomorrow.
Nice.
So we are going to get to the bottom of that. And he says he's got some King stuff that he's been sitting on. Okay, so we're working on what time we're going to get him on tomorrow. Chris,
spicy.
I'm going to confirm how you pronounce his last name. I don't want to butcher it either. But Chris Persianen, that's how I'm going to go with it, and I will confirm with him before we have him on the show. But he just put out a piece on Clutch Points, and it's interesting stuff when it comes to Malik Monk. So we're working on, I'm talking to him right now, trying to get him on the show tomorrow. But we're going to talk about this article again today, as it just dropped not too long ago. But Kyle, who are we giving up the farm for Jaren Jackson Jr.?
I kind of outlined, again, this would be the deal that makes the most sense for the this is only in a world where the Grizzlies decide we want to tear this down, right? So Ja Morant's going for another trade and we're tanking.
Right.
Which, again, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just reading the lead. Like, if they get an offer, they can't refuse, right? So it's essentially Keegan Murray, control of your draft for the next 5 years. The 2026 first goes, the 2028 first goes, the 2030 first goes. The Spurs first rounder you got from Fox goes. You're doing a pick swap in 2027. You're doing a pick swap in 2029. And like I said, you give up Keegan. So, which again, Keegan gets replaced in this lineup anyways by Jaren Jackson Jr. at the 4. So you're essentially giving up all of your drafts to replace Jaren Jackson Jr. for Keegan, which is a massive upgrade. Jaren Jackson Jr. is a Defensive Player of the Year. For people who want to tear this thing down, it is the belief that they will not be able to acquire another player as good as Domantas Sabonis. If I provide you an offer for a player just as good as Domantas Sabonis at this cost, do you then say this is a direction that they should pivot to and just go all in on those two players and figure out the Levine and DeRozan and a point guard thing later?
I wouldn't do it.
You don't think it is worth 5 years of Jaren Jackson Jr. and Domantas Sabonis plus whatever else 3s and 4s you bring in?
No.
Is not worth giving up your draft for 5 years
I
at
don't
the
think
current
so.
state of things.
I don't think so. It just, you still need you don't have a closer, right? You have to find a closer. I don't know if that's going to be Levine. I don't know if that's going to be DeMar DeRozan. I just still think the ceiling as presently constructed would not be high enough to give all of that up. I would rather just go in the draft and build that way.
Isn't that kind of and again, these teams had more draft picks to work with, but isn't that the Orlando/Memphis, or I'm sorry, Orlando/New York arguments, which is, hey, Jalen Brunson is not a top 5 player in the sport. Paolo Banchero might be a top 5 player in the sport. He's not there yet. But if we make these moves now and they make that leap, potentially we're in the conference finals or we're in the second round of the playoffs. And from like Cleveland traded for Donovan Mitchell, knowing Donovan Mitchell was not that guy, but then they made a leap and they got to the number 1 seed. So I guess you're making the bet on will surrounding Sabonis with players that are super complementary to his game that are also very good help Sabonis then become, I'm not saying Jokic, but like a legit Jokic light. Like we're talking top 5, top 10 player in the sport, like he kind of was in 2024.
Yeah.
Which is a big gamble to take of, hey, we believe Sabonis to be potentially a top 10 player in the sport. He just hasn't been given the right tools yet to make that jump.
I mean, at that point, you've already kind of tried the bull. What at that point, I would just say, and there's no way you can make the money work, but I would just say at that point, I would just try to get Ja and Jaren Jackson Jr.
But I don't think they can do that.
Just find a way.
So you're saying instead of trade Sabonis to Memphis,
right.
Take
how
Memphis.
How about y'all come to our house?
Just give us Memphis.
Yes. But again, this is what you would do, right? If you were to say, obviously now Zach LaVine has to be involved in that deal.
Oh, to get Ja Morant? Well, yeah, of course.
You give them every draft pick known to man. You give them Keegan Murray. You give them Zach LaVine. And you see if you're Memphis, you're just completely blowing it up anyway.
Well, if you're Memphis, you're betting on this thing is not going to work and the Kings are going to be awful in 2033. And now you have all of their future draft picks.
Like we always say, you give them Devin Carter. He's young. Okay. Keegan, I get it. They're going to extend him. I'm seeing here, Kyle, Jaren Jackson. Well, and by the way, Jaren Jackson expiring contract.
Yes, but of course this would come with a you're not trading everything if he doesn't sign a 4-year contract extension.
Look, man, I'm cooking this up now, Kyle.
Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson
I'm cooking this up right now. And the problem is, because you can only do, you can't do consecutive years, right? So right now I got to throw Keegan in there too.
Yeah. So just to clarify, this is just a larger deal. The Kings have 9 controllable first-round picks. They can trade 6 of them, and then 3 have to be pick swaps. Right. So are you trading all 6?
Zach LaVine, Keegan Murray, 6 picks.
And 3 pick swaps?
No, I don't even think you need the pick swaps because of Keegan, 6 first-rounders, and Zach LaVine for Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr.
What could go wrong, right?
I'm just saying, my point is you still need more. Jaren Jackson and Sabonis, that's not enough.
Even with LaVine and DeRozan?
You still need a connector, in my opinion.
That's fair. And I don't know where the answer to that is, because again, we're picking specifically a situation where the Kings are mortgaging the future, right? We're not trading any of the current pieces. You're not trading, like you're saying this team just needs another star and this thing can work. So we're specifically picking a situation where they don't have to give up Monk, don't have to give up DeRozan, don't have to give up Levine, specifically saying we're just going to mortgage the future on this group of 8 or 9 guys. And maybe in a different world, they would mortgage the future a little bit more, but that's why it's so tough to say, just compromise the future. This team is going to be a consistent playoff team as long as Jaren Jackson Jr. and Sabonis and Levine are healthy.
You know what? And this would be a different gamble, but I would be more willing to revisit the DeJounte Murray conversation. You got to see how he looks, right? But something like that, if you cannot get, because now if you make this deal for Jaren Jackson Jr., you can't give up any more assets. So I think you'd be looking for somebody like a DeJounte Murray where you're not really sure what the Pelicans are doing. And now you start the beginning of the season. You're just trying to keep your head above water. You get DeJounte Murray back. And now you have DeJounte Murray, Zach LaVine.
I guess no DeRozan.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You would lose DeRozan, but DeJounte Murray, Zach LaVine. Keon, Jaren Jackson Jr. and Sabonis.
Plus, coming off the bench, a deep bench of, at this point, it would be Malik Monk, Devin Carter, Jake LaRavia, Jonas Valanciunas. Like you've compromised the future, but you've given up none of the present.
So that's what I would do. Or, I think DeJounte Murray is much better than Dennis Schroeder, but if the injury scares you, I could see Dennis Schroeder doing enough. But I think DeJounte Murray is much better than him. It's just the Achilles.
And that's make it Kobe White. Like just you have a point guard.
Well, if it's Kobe White, then yeah, we're in the 4 seed. It's the 4 seed. Kobe White, Jaren Jackson Jr., Sabonis, Keon.
Let's say they have to.
That's a 5. That's a 4 seed. That's a 5 seed.
Let's say they have to give up Malik Monk, but in this world, you still have DeRozan and Levine.
Oh, that's a 4 or 5 seed. Easy.
And that's that. But are you willing to compromise your entire future for a team that is a 4 or 5 seed now? But again, let's look at the Cleveland model, because Cleveland made this calculation. I know some people are like, what are these guys talking about with Jaren? Cleveland made this exact calculation and traded Larry Markkinen, Colin Sexton, and control of their entire draft for 5 years to Utah. And the first year they were in the first round and lost in a 7-game series. The next year they were in the second round, and in year 3 they won 64 games because Mobley took a leap, Garland took a leap, and Donovan Mitchell was a first-team All-NBA player. Donovan Mitchell had never made first-team All-NBA until he got to Cleveland. Right. So you're essentially making the gamble that Sabonis will reach All-NBA first or second team level with this best team he's ever had built around him. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but that is the calculation you're making, is that with this 4 or 5 seed talented roster, in 2 years, Sabonis at 31 will then make that leap to be an All-NBA level player.
And not scraping the third team.
And Sabonis will beat Jokic, is what you're betting.
I don't see this about Sabonis making any type of leap. I think it's just about putting better pieces around him. I don't see Sabonis. I think we're seeing the best version of Domantas Sabonis.
I guess so. Then maybe Jaren Jackson Jr. is going to be.
I just don't think I don't think there's any leapfrog happening. But I just think I know you said the Cavs, and I'm trying to think if there's another team, but I think it's just a poor man's Boston Celtics, a very poor man Boston Celtics, where it's just, we just have 5, or you could use the Pacers, right? And I know Tyrese Halliburton took a leap, but it's just 5 really good players.
And if in 5 years with this group, you win a few playoff series, you're in the playoffs every year. It maybe doesn't feel like it feels like maybe the ceiling could have been higher, but for an organization that's made the playoffs one time in 20 years, like that is how you change reputation.
Well, you're bleeping or getting off the pot is what you're doing, because we want to keep picks, but we want to be we want to be consistent right now. We want to be successful now. You kind of have to make a choice. You don't, because that goes back to the mid-tier QB thing. And maybe we'll get lucky, but it's a lot easier to get lucky in the East than in the West, because you get lucky in the East, and now you have a Cavs team, which was probably fraudulent anyway. You get lucky in the West, and now all of a sudden, instead of the Clippers, you get the Nuggets, right? Instead of the Nuggets, you get the Thunder, right? And then the Rockets might make a move. So it's just easier to be the Pacers in Indiana in the East. That's my problem with the mid-tier QB thing. Oh, and by the way, you have the Warriors that might get better. Oh, and by the way, you still have the Timberwolves, right? So that's my problem. On the other side of things, let's get to that article that just came out from Clutch Points about Malik Monk. You do not want to miss Malik Monk and the conversation of him heading to the 6 Allen Stiles Show on Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA3 Weather Center for your Tuesday. Bright sunshine and feeling the warmth. Much warmer day today as temperatures slide above normal. Daytime highs in the valley peak in the low to mid 90s with overnight lows in the upper 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
The Roseville Auto Mall is Northern California's ultimate destination when looking for your next vehicle. Find the largest selection with 20 top brands. And don't forget to add this Father's Day or that grad in your life. We've got you covered at the Roseville Auto Mall, driven to be the best.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We get it. Tariffs are tough. Power tools are getting expensive. But at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, we're solving that problem for 2 short days on June 20th and June 21st. We're putting all Milwaukee power tools on massive discounts. Tons of Milwaukee batteries and bare tools for less than $100. 25% off all regular price Milwaukee pack-out boxes and much, much more. So stop by Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento on June 20th and 21st for some of the lowest prices on tools you'll ever see this year. To see all of what's on sale, visit fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Better tools, better prices.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads, great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage, weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans, also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
This summer, give your kids a reason to smile, rightly. At Kids Care Dental, we make dental visits fun with a kid-friendly team, easy to schedule appointments, and expert doctors who really care.
Whether it's a checkup, a cleaning, or their very first visit, we've got you covered. We accept most insurances, and we're always ready when your schedule gets hectic.
Smiles grow here. Book online in minutes at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com. Kids Care Dental, where healthy teeth make happy kids.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SacSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and centrally located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SacSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SacSuperstore.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland, and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Are you thinking about buying a new car? Well, maybe you're on the fence. Let me help you out. Kyle Draper here from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the first time I stepped into the MP of Stockton showroom, I knew I made the right choice. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV. It's comfortable, stylish, and most importantly, it's safe. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. It's just a short drive down I-5 or anytime at mbfstockton.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
From the 425, how many players take a leap at 31? It's a good point. Domantas Sabonis not 31 yet. I don't think. We got to double check that. I know he is 30. Domantas Sabonis, he's 29. He's 29, 425. He's 29. But yeah, I it's less about even the age to me and more about he does everything so well. The only thing is he just going to wake up? I know somebody's going to get mad on the text line when I say bag, but he's going to wake up with a bag? I don't think so. So I think we're just seeing – I don't think it's about Domantas Sabonis playing better or taking a leap. I think it's just about surrounding him with better pieces.
Yeah, and I'm not saying make a leap like, oh, he's now this great player. Like – Karl Anthony Towns took a leap last year, right? He was an all-NBA third teamer, kind of on the precipice of being that top 20 guy with Minnesota. And then he gets to New York and he's an all-NBA second team guy.
But is that a leap or is that just, what's the difference between a leap and a good season?
Maybe it's multiple all-NBA seasons stacked on top of each other. So maybe we could make the argument Karl was a fluke this year.
We don't know. We don't know yet.
We don't know yet, but it hasn't happened. We'll come back let's remember, on June 17th, 2026, we'll come back and ask the same question about Karl, right? But he leaped Sabonis, right? Most people would agree Karl Anthony Towns is a better center right now than Domantas Sabonis. And last year, Sabonis made All-NBA and Karl didn't. 2 years ago, 2024. So whatever leap, we're just saying that Sabonis is going to be a consistent top 5 center, scoring 23 points a game in a world where Jaren Jackson Jr. is playing that elite defense down low. And Jaren Jackson Jr. is a three-point shooter and everything else. It doesn't have to be a giant leap. It just has to be he's consistently one of the 10 best players in the NBA, which he's almost there. He's like right there. He's probably on that precipice of top 15, 20, 25 right now. It's not a huge leap left to make, but they might have to do some stuff to get there.
Sources, Raptors maintain trade interest in Kings Malik Monk from Chris Persianen. That's how you pronounce it. Persianen. I confirmed that during the break.
Persianen.
Chris Persianen. I am talking with Chris right now, trying to get him on the show for tomorrow. And this is what Chris writes. And this is basically just based on if the Raptors miss. It's the Kevin Durant sweepstakes, right? It's the same idea. If a trade with the Phoenix Suns for Kevin Durant doesn't end up happening, league sources tell Clutch Points they have other targets in mind. The Raptors have demonstrated interest in acquiring Kings guard Malik Monk in a potential trade, with that interest dating back to February's trade deadline. The Kings weren't actively shopping their marquee players then, well, besides the one, De'Aaron Fox.
But they were trying to win.
But the team is now under new management. The extent to which GM Scott Perry is actually willing to deal any of Sacramento's marquee players is unknown. League sources say the Kings have been listening to trade offers from other teams, but that could be Perry simply gathering intelligence on his new roster. The Durant trade saga playing out will allow other pieces of the NBA offseason to fall into place. If Sacramento decides that trading Monk could potentially serve them best long-term, they'll have at least one suitor for him in Toronto. Perry, because of his time with the New York Knicks, has pre-existing relationships with at least two Raptors. Barrett and Quickly could be worth monitoring as part of any potential return in a deal for Monk. One question remains paramount in any hypothetical, though. Do the Raptors think that Monk is a significant roster upgrade they'd trade one of the two former Knicks for? From Chris Persianen of Clutch Points, we'll trying to get him on the show for tomorrow. We'll confirm when I get that time for you. Well, there you have it, Kyle. I mean, my quick thought, as we were just now talking about Malik Monk's value and where in the world it is after a peculiar season is the word I will use, a peculiar season, an odd season for Malik Monk. Look, man, we had Emmanuel Quickly as a trade candidate last week, and he's making a decent bit of money. And somebody on the text line said, we don't need Malik Monk. And they do play pretty similarly. I think that Emmanuel Quickly is a better facilitator of the basketball, and he's a bit younger.
And I would just say a better all-around offensive player.
Right. Malik, you're paying for it, though. He's making $32 a year.
Yes.
Which is not a small amount of money. But if I'm the Raptors, wouldn't you just rather have DeMar DeRozan back than Malik Monk?
I guess it depends.
Or just keep your current guys? I don't really know what Malik Monk solves for them.
So again, I think like with all of these things, I think it's one part of a larger move, right? So if they bring in Malik Monk, I think the idea is him and Grady Dick would alternate, right? Grady Dick moves into the starting lineup. Malik Monk comes off the bench, and those two kind of alternate minutes. And maybe sometimes they play on the floor at the same time, but for the most part, it's probably them shadowing each other.
Right.
If it's DeRozan's replacing RJ Barrett, right? So in this situation, they would be saying, we're playing DeRozan and Grady Dick is coming off the bench because we're going to have Scotty Barnes and whatever else they end up doing, right? So I think it kind of depends on the other moves that they want to make in addition to just acquiring Malik Monk. And also kind of what do they want to do with Grady Dick?
Yeah, I'm looking at so they have, don't forget, they got Brandon Ingram on $38 million a year. So they got Brandon Ingram on $38 million. RJ Barrett makes 27.7 to Malik's at 18, something like that.
Which the Kings can do that because they have.
I know they can do that.
But do they want to?
I know they can do that. And you got other guys here. I just not really seeing. Yeah, I'm still not understanding. If you do RJ Barrett, it's basically whoever you're swapping them with. Does that make a ton of sense, right? Because I don't think that Malik Monk is an upgrade from Emmanuel Quickly. And if you trade Malik Monk for RJ Barrett, I guess you're just assuming that DeMar DeRozan is out the door because I don't need RJ Barrett and DeMar DeRozan in the same starting line.
Right. In this situation, you'd be trading DeRozan for a point guard, whether it's DeJounte Murray or whoever else you want to pick. You know, we just kind of insert that as like a placeholder. But you're trading DeRozan for a point guard, and
you're paying RJ Barrett. He's a little bit younger, 2 years younger. You're paying him $10 million more a year.
I don't want to poo-poo RJ Barrett.
I'm not trying to, but I don't know how much better it's more about, again, the conversations we just had about big swings. That's not scaring anybody. We're doing the leap. So you're trading for RJ Barrett to take a leap so that in a couple years, there's no conversation between who's better, him and Malik.
Well, you're trading for RJ Barrett to be what DeMar DeRozan is right now, hopefully in the future, right? Because I would say just this goes back to the Benedict Mathurin conversation we were having earlier. If I just gave you their two skill sets, RJ Barrett and Malik Monk, RJ Barrett's a better offensive player than Malik Monk. But if you're asking RJ Barrett to play a role, he might not play a role as well as Malik Monk. You essentially have to ask the question, do you want RJ Barrett to be a facilitator and at times like do some of the DeMar DeRozan ISO ball in his hands type of things versus like Malik Monk works well on the wing, DHOs, fits a role better than RJ Barrett would probably fit into a sixth man role given his skill set.
Yeah. So that is what just came out. We will continue the conversation and whether or not there is somebody on the Raptors you think could take the Kings over the top, or should they just hold on to one Malik Monk? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia. I got a tour of their headquarters. I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge
Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Giant Summer Sale and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
The secret word today is hoop. H-O-O-P, all caps. 916-339-1140. If you want to win that DeMar DeRozan signed jersey. Okay? The DeMar DeRozan signed jersey. The secret word for this show is hoop. H-O-O-P. As we were having a conversation from Chris Persianen, wrote an article for Clutch Points about the Raptors' interest in one Malik Monk. But before we got to that, we were talking about Jaren Jackson Jr. Okay, on the Grizzlies and whether or not the Kings can make a move for him. Speaking of the Grizzlies, you're gonna love this next line. Ja Morant has been active on Twitter today.
Oh, no.
And it started out with, there is a clip going around from First Take talking about the city of Memphis. Should Grizzlies move on from Ja Morant? And Stephen A says NBA players have told him they would feel unsafe playing in a city like Memphis. Here's the quote. Cats like Jimmy Butler and others don't feel like it's the safest environment. I'm talking to the local authorities in Memphis. That is what Stephen A said this morning. So that prompted Ja Morant to hop on the old Twitter. And he says, this is how it goes. He says, talking about the Grizzlies more than the finals with these cap emoji for the kids, but with these cap sources, which cap means not true, untrue, lying. Okay. And he goes on to write, instead of focusing on the performances we've seen from Jalen Williams and Shea and Siakam as well, and TJ McCollum, how this series is going, we're saying negative stuff about a city and a team on a national level. So Ja Morant is, using some perspective here and saying, what are y'all talking about? Why aren't you talking about the finals? Why are you talking about the city that I stay in? And, kind of bringing up some negative things here. He then goes on to say, and I'm a be in that 901. So 901 is obviously the area code for Memphis with a bear emoji. Source, me. So Ja is basically saying that as far as he knows, he's going to be, not as far as he knows, I'm going to be in Memphis, and the source is me. Now, obviously, Ja isn't the GM, but this was 3 hours ago, Ja going out saying, as far as he knows, or basically, he's going to be in Memphis. And that's what Ja had to say. 3 tweets today from Ja Morant.
3 different Ja Morant tweets. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I guess Zach Kleiman told him that he's going to keep him, but I guess that's more the way you're supposed to I mean, it's hard because you just want to let the rumors go.
Mm-hmm.
But at a certain point, Ja just got to a point where he was like, you know what? I'm just going to say what they told me. If it changes, it changes. But now it also kind of makes the Grizzlies look bad if they do trade him. I don't know.
It does a little bit, unless they just don't care. But again, nobody feels bad if the price tag is just out of control, right? Nobody feels bad when it's an offer that you can't refuse, right? Oh man, when coaches leave, or it's somebody's dream job, you feel bad for a second, but ultimately you can't say no to that, man. You got to go do your thing. You got to go. And I think the Grizzlies, hey, we had a conversation, job, but that's before we were able to move off Desmond Bane for 2 rotation players and 4 first-round picks. So we might need to revisit that.
Well,
sorry, brother.
We talked about this even back when Monty McNair was still in charge, which was like before the play-in ever happens, they need to have a plan.
Right.
Now, whether or not the plan changes based on unforeseen circumstances, such as if they had won the lottery and gotten Cooper Flagg, maybe the plan changes. If someone offers you 8 first-round picks for Domantas Sabonis, maybe your plan changes. But they should have had a plan beforehand and a roadmap for what they wanted to do. Now, obviously, they fired Monty McNair, and that went out the window. But the idea is know what you want to do and then pivot if the option comes up. And that seems like what Memphis is at this point, right? They've traded Desmond Bane. They don't know exactly what they're going to do, but they want to keep Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr. If they pivot from that because some offer is on the table, then maybe that's the direction they go.
Yeah, and again, what is it? We talked about what is it that the Pacers need, assuming that they lose and they want to retool. What is it that the Grizzlies need? Right? Well, they need Ja to actually play basketball. Okay, that's number one. You look around the rest of their team. I mean, that's what they have to figure out. And can they get that with the assets that they've acquired from Orlando in the Desmond Bane deal? That's what they're trying to figure out. It's very simple to me, though. And this is, was it the owner that came out from the Grizzlies? This is months ago, and they said, we're not moving Ja Morant. He said that.
It was the general manager.
Right. He said that.
It's like there were reports that we were blah, 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 but that is silly. Why would we give them up? Yes.
So they are all been on one accord. They've all been saying the same thing. I just don't know why you feel like you have to put yourself in this situation. And ultimately, maybe it's because it doesn't matter. Every coach, every college coach says, I'm never leaving Temple University. And then Miami calls and they leave.
Yeah.
I'm never leaving.
Manny Diaz left Temple University before he ever coached there.
Yeah. I'm never leaving Dartmouth, ever. And then you leave for USC.
Yeah.
Right? So that maybe it's just that they just don't care and they're just going to say whatever they want to say. I'm never leaving. Then you go to Baylor. Maybe that's just what it is, because in my opinion, there was no reason for you to come out and say this, because you are going to, that's the other thing. You are going to listen to at least what somebody has to say. You are not saying you are not truly turning your phone off and not picking it up. You're going to. Might be through the grapevine, whatever, but you have to do that due diligence. It would be malpractice not to.
Well, I would say yes, which is why being a general manager is so complicated and why there's kind of like an air of secrecy around it, because it's like they're talking about all these people and all these possibilities all the time. It's hard to be like, no, of course we would never do this, when it's like, well, you would do it if you could get Luka, right? Like,
right.
If Luka comes available, of course you're willing to part with Anthony Davis and Austin Reeves and whoever else, because it's Luka Doncic. You're only as good as your options on the table.
Right. It turns into, again, it's the difference between what happened with De'Aaron. Oh, they're listening to reports, right? Or they're listening to offers on De'Aaron. If you can avoid that getting leaked, then you can at least go through the exercise and make your decision. Now, easier said than done, but at the same time, I do feel a lot of times these teams are having, we never found out who the calls were coming from Scott Perry and the coaches.
Well, the calls are coming from inside the house.
No, I'm saying when Scott Perry, yeah, I hear what you're saying. But seriously, when they're getting calls, or Scott Perry said my phone was ringing off the hook. We never heard a report on that.
Well, no, because there was no open coaching search, which is why I'm like, why are you kind of lying to us?
But we don't know that. We don't know.
We'll never know.
There was a full, out of all the times where somebody gets traded, you know what we didn't hear? We never heard teams or the Grizzlies are listening to, at least not that I saw or read, teams are listening to offers on Desmond Bane, even though they were.
Yeah.
So you can do it without getting caught up like the De'Aaron Fox thing. Just don't get caught. That's it. Just don't get caught.
Don't get caught. And that, well, it wasn't even that they got caught. It was the Shams report was coming out, and then they told Rich Paul, hey, the story's coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what the situation is. And, you know, there was the Sam Amick reporting that, like, oh, Doug Christie was the one who informed the Kings that De'Aaron Still was going to leave, and then that led to them pivoting and blah, 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 blah. But, yeah, I guess your idea is, like, just don't make it public. People would prefer for their business to be done in the shadows, because then it gives you potentially more leverage than the player has.
Not potentially. Definitely.
I mean, there's some situations where the story going public has swung leverage in favor of the team, because if no one knows Luka Doncic is available, then you save yourself from making the embarrassing trade that the Dallas Mavericks had, right? As long as you know what you're doing, public pressure can be a good thing or a bad thing.
When we return, we ask the question with the Desmond Bane trade, should you look at some of the quote-unquote untouchables on the Kings? Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, the latest class of the A's Hall of Fame will be inducted before the A's play the Reds on September 13th. And what a group, including longtime A's broadcaster Monty Moore and the big three, Hudson, Mulder, and Zito. And when those guys pitch together in the A's rotation over a 5-year span, their combined records 234 and 119.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's going on for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event?
Anyone can get you employee pricing, but at Hoblet, it's all about the plus that you can only get here. Save up to $13,000 off MSRP on brand new 2025 heavy-duty Ram 2500 and 3500s. We have over 500 new Rams available, so your new Ram is waiting at Hoblet.
Well, how do you like the new heavy-duty trucks?
I love it. I took the new Ram 2500 with the high-output diesel and 8-speed transmission to Tahoe last weekend. And I have to say, I've not had this much fun driving a new truck in a long time. I've been driving diesels for 25 years, and this is easily the most fun, most powerful, and most responsive truck so far.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
13,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 2500 and 3500 Laramie after 4,000 factory rebates and 9,000 dealer discounts. Rebates may include 2,500 select inventory bonus cash and $500 on the job upfit. Must show eligible upfit. Aid to this net savings. Sample VIN 525043. See dealer for details.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors.
Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
One more hour with you. We are doing a little bit of training with our guy, Jay Woods, who's behind the glass. So we have Kyle Ledbetter, who is helping him out there. So if you're on the YouTube and you see somebody, no, that is not Kyle. You're not tripping. Kyle is,
wow, Kyle got a nice little glow up right there.
That is not Kyle. So Kyle is helping out, doing a little bit of training here. You know, the squad just always got to get better. If you're not getting better, you're getting worse. Okay, and that's not just the Sacramento Kings. That's here at Sacktown Sports, here at Bonneville. We're always trying to get better and expand and improve. That's what it's all about. And speaking of expanding and improving, we had a report come out from Clutch Points about Malik Monk possibly being on the radar for the Toronto Raptors. All right, and I don't really see the upgrade there just based on who Malik would probably get dealt for and who do you get back in return. But this is obviously if the Raptors are unable to get Kevin Durant. So we'll see what happens there. I am still in contact with Chris Persianen, and that's who wrote the article for Clutch Points, and I'm trying to get confirmation on getting him on the show tomorrow. So we are working on that for you so we can hear from him about that and possibly even more. And more is exactly what the Grizzlies got as it pertains to the Desmond Bane deal. There's essentially two camps here. The first camp thinks that it was a bit of an overpay. The second camp thinks that this is something that the Magic have been looking for a very long time. I saw Desmond Bane has made more threes than, what was it, the 5 Magic starters the last couple of years combined.
He would have had the highest 3-point percentage by a Magic player since I think it was like 2019.
So basically, it's the Magic were looking for, funny enough, the Magic were looking for their version of the player for the San Francisco Giants that's going to break the 30 home run drought. That's what they're looking for.
They thought it was KCP. They thought it was Cole Anthony. They thought it was Jonathan Isaac. And now it's going to have to be Desmond Bane because they paid a lot to get him.
I would you be worried at all if you were Desmond Bane, you know, and Desmond Bane seemed very excited to be in Orlando, but man, everybody that goes down there forgets how to shoot. I really hope and there's a lot of pressure on me because I'm the only 3-point shooter on the roster.
I genuinely wonder if there is something wrong with the sight lines in Orlando, right? The Magic, if you go back like years and years, they're always at the bottom of the league in 3-point shooting. I wonder if there actually is an issue with like the sight lines are just weird when you're shooting at the basket.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. And there's always something in every sport. Like, to me, I was really worried for Derrick Henry because it feels like every Ravens running back had a terrible injury. But
well, it's always J.K. Dobbins.
J.K. Dobbins. There was somebody else too. No, they had a couple.
No, they did, but I was thinking of it like J.K. Dobbins would get to training camp and just every year have a catastrophic injury.
And then he went to the Chargers, and I think Keaton Mitchell had a really bad injury.
I think Justice Hill had one. They were all in the same year too, right? Like, but there was like 4 in 1 year, and they just had no running backs.
So that always worries me. But Desmond Bain is gonna get on down to Orlando and the Taj Mahal of facilities. That's what we were told, and we'll see what happens. So now, if you are the Sacramento Kings, I would say the Sacramento Kings. I would say the Phoenix Suns. I would say any of these teams that have a guy who's really good, right? But you're not really sure what exactly you're doing, and if you're going to be able to get over the hump, should you at least be seeing what the market looks like, right? This guy, Will, biased Houston. Obviously, he's a Houston Rockets kind of Twitter guy, but he also talks about just basketball in general. He says, Phoenix is folding by not trading Devin Booker in this market. If this is what Desmond Bain, in all caps, is getting traded for, the Phoenix window is closed. No assets, no cap. You're not building a contender around Booker in this landscape. Trade him and hit the greatest rebuild of all time. That's what, and that the same idea I think you could say for Domantas Sabonis when you're just trying to figure out, what exactly you're doing and how good do you actually think you're going to be. I don't know if it's a quote unquote Domantas Sabonis led team, but Kyle, I'm looking here at the list, right? So Donovan Mitchell, they already did this. The Jazz did this. They got what they needed to. So we're not going to do Donovan Mitchell, but I'm looking at the Ringer's top 100, just basing it on guys where you should have that conversation, right? And you could probably get a crazy haul. Right now,
the bar is whatever Rudy Gobert went for in 2022. You have to be better than 2022 Rudy Gobert to have this conversation.
Well, funny enough, like all these guys, like I said, I'm not gonna, the top 5. It's Jokic, Shea, Giannis, Luka, Steph. I guess the Giannis conversation would be, hey, Giannis, even though you want to stay, we just don't think that's a good idea. But it's a little bit different. You won a championship with him. I put him in the Steph conversation. If you're Milwaukee, that guy stays as long as you need him, as long as he wants to stay.
Also, just from a practical standpoint, Booker has 3 years left on his contract versus Giannis, it's like 2 in a player option.
Right. I would say Jalen Brunson's interesting, but again, I'm not going to waste my time because the Knicks aren't going to do it when his daddy is about to be head coach.
Apparently Taylor Jenkins.
Yeah.
It's either Taylor Jenkins or Jason Kidd. It's like Jason Kidd wants it, but the Mavericks won't let him. So Jason Kidd's just trying to convince him to leave or let him leave. We'll keep going, but I don't want to brush past just how funny it is that Luka is on that list, and they actually did trade him for not, what did the guy say? The all-timer of a rebuild?
Yeah, they did not do that. Here's an interesting one, Kyle. And again, you're paying this guy a lot of money. I don't really know how good he is. And this man's name, shout out Cal's finest, Jaylen Brown. Like if I'm the Celtics, I'm probably doing it.
Well, this is what's tough about Jaylen Brown. The contract doesn't match up to the quality of player, which is unfair to do to him. He's a finals MVP. He's also the highest paid player in the NBA right now. Like he's number 1. Jokic is about to pass him, but as of right now, he's number 1 highest paid player in the NBA, and he's obviously not a top 5 player. So the contract just makes it weird.
How disrespectful do we want to be if you swap out DeMar DeRozan and swap him out with Jaylen Brown? Do the Kings make the playoffs?
Yeah, I would say yes.
I just want to double check it how disrespectful. Because
might have to go through the play-in.
That's $300 million.
Yeah. Again, we're saying in this you obviously can't do that, but we're just saying in a hypothetical
I'm just saying I don't know how good Jaylen Brown is, or maybe that's more about the Kings.
I'll say this. I don't know if Jaylen Brown will be an all-star in the West.
It's crazy.
I don't know I think he might be. but I can't say it with 100% certainty.
This guy's only 22. I don't, the Magic, there's just no point, but Paolo is number 22 on the Ringer. So I think it's
different with the young guys, right? Because we're talking about players in their prime, right? Donovan Mitchell was entering his prime. Devin Booker is 28 years old, but he's got a lot of wear and tear on that body. Sabonis, 29 years old. We're talking about players that are either in their prime or about to enter their prime. Paolo is still a young player.
Pascal is interesting, but they're not doing that.
No,
obviously.
we know what he just went for. He went for 3 not great first-round picks and Bruce Brown.
Jaren Jackson Jr., of course. We've already talked about Jaren Jackson Jr. Here's another one, and this guy's been kind of confusing. Again, he's super young, but I don't know what the Godfather Hall would be for Chet Holmgren. I don't know why he's 27 on this list anyway. But.
Dude, honestly, I'm rethinking, because we immediately, when the Ringer rankings came out like a week ago, we're like, why are they putting Chet ahead of Sabonis? But Chet's crazy, man.
He had 9 points last night.
I know he only had 9 points, but he had 19 in the first half of game 4, and he blocks shots and he shoots threes. Although it's funny, every time he hesitates on the 3-point shot and shoots it, it's never going in.
Yeah.
He's got a hitch where it's if he just catches and shoots, he hits it. But if he hesitates and shoots, nothing. Anyways, I say all that to say, in 2 years, I think Chet might be an all-star in the West. And again, we're specifying the West, which is more impressive.
I just think he's going to be, and I'm not doing the thing, but I do think he's going to be a better Porzingis in that whoever gets him, he's the key. He's the unlock, but that brother's going to play 50 games a season.
He's only in his second year right now.
I'm talking about injuries.
I could understand the injury point, but he's going to be the third best player on a championship team at 23, 24 years old.
I'm going to skip over Darius Garland at 28 because I think number 29 is a really good one. Again, I don't know what this team is doing, and they don't even have a GM. But Jamal Murray. If a team thinks they're a Jamal Murray away and you're the Nuggets and we know what Desmond Bane just went for, again, you have no GM to make this deal. So just ask Jokic.
Yeah.
Just ask, do you want to do this deal or not?
We're going to send Jokic to a 4-week training of how the NBA salary cap works and the restrictions and stuff, and then just let him be the general manager.
Just think of them as horses, Jokic, and
Let's
you should
not.
be fine. Yeah.
That's very problematic. Let's not do that.
I think you'd have to think about it if you're Denver.
Not the horses thing.
No, not the...
Let's be careful with that one. Anyways, Jamal Murray, but the problem is because of the contract, he's got 4 years left at I think it's $226 million or something. Mm-hmm. I don't know if they're going to get the Devin Booker type of haul that person is talking about for Jamal Murray. I think Jamal Murray for Darius Garland is something that they could consider, but it's I don't think if they just decided to trade Murray for the Desmond Bane package, I don't think they're getting the Desmond Bane package.
Here's another one that they should do, but they'll never do it because they're just the Kings with better PR and a couple championships from LeBron and Dwayne Wade. Bam Adebayo. They should, the Heat should 1,000% be looking to do that.
Pat Riley doesn't rebuild though.
Yeah.
For all the slander of Bam Adebayo, and I have no idea what his actual value is, he was the second best player on a team that came within 2 games of winning the championship. I don't know what to do with that because it's the Miami Heat and nothing about them makes sense. But again, I think maybe you would get what you got for Desmond Bane for Bam Adebayo, but you're not getting this life-changing.
That's pretty good though.
That is really good, but the only way to get back to contention is either you're one of those middle of the first round guys turns into an all-star, like the Heat find the next Tyrese Halliburton, or the Heat have to tank and then win the lottery or get a top 5 pick that's going to become the next, the next Jimmy Butler or the next Dwayne Wade, right? Miami hasn't drafted in the top 5 since Dwayne Wade, or I think other than that one Michael Beasley season, they never drafted in the top 5.
I'm not sure what Desmond Bane's trade, what that does for this is a guy that we haven't brought up in a couple days or maybe a day. Yeah, I don't know what Desmond Bane, that trade does for Trae Young. I think that's an interesting conversation because different situations. He's still only 26. I think people think Trae Young is older than that because he feels like he's been in the league forever. But if you're and this is different because I know the Hawks are going to look at what is possible, which they should. So it's not a matter of, oh, should we do this or not? I think that they have said uncle and they are going to do it, but I'll be interested in the haul that Trae Young brings in just because, I mean, he's better than I think he's better than Desmond Bane.
Is it Trae Young with a contract extension, though? Because he has 1 year left and a player option, which means he's closer to a rental right now than Desmond Bane, where it's like you've got Desmond Bane for 4 years if you're the Orlando Magic, and it kind of aligns with Franz's long-term extension and Paolo's long-term extension. So I guess it depends on whether the team that's trading for Trae Young gets a contract extension with Trae Young.
Yeah, and last but not least, because we had already talked about some of these, I don't know. Again, they're not going to do it, but yeah, Tyler Hero. I think you'd get more for Tyler Hero, even though he doesn't believe in anything before the 1950s. But
more for Tyler Hero than Desmond Bane?
I think so.
I mean, like I said, Tyler Hero is kind of the bar for me because I said earlier, I went home last night after our show and kind of rethought the Orlando trade a little bit. And I'm like, you know what? There is a world where Desmond Bane is the number 2 and Franz Wagner is the number 3. And you know what? If that is the world, then Desmond Bane is going to be an all-star in the Eastern Conference in the next 2 years. I think either him or Franz, whoever's the number 2 on that team, just based on numbers, they're going to be a contender. I think that there's a chance Desmond Bane is an all-star in the East. And who was the last all-star in the East last year? It was Tyler Hero. So I think Tyler Hero is probably just as valuable as Desmond Bane. I think if they traded him, I think they could get a team to give up their draft for the next 3 years, kind of like the Magic did.
So bringing this all the way back to Domantas Sabonis, I don't know, man. I think all these teams, I know the picks almost sound better than they actually are, but bringing this back to Domantas Sabonis, I just think you have to listen. You have to listen to something. You have to. And there's only so many, if it's 6 first rounders and again, a couple pieces, you go get a serviceable big, whoever that may be. Steven Adams, by the way, re-upped with the Rockets. That was a conversation for people, but you go get a serviceable big and a decent wing, but this is more about the future. You let Levine and DeMar DeRozan just kick it together. You go get your point guard and see what happens. I think it would have to be on the table. You'd have to at least see. And I don't think that's disrespectful to Domantas Sabonis or anything like that. So that is where we're at with what has come out so far. And, moving into what I would do if I were Scott Perry, I would, again, find a way to not allow it to leak, but just say, hey, the thing about Scott Perry is he can hide behind the fact that none of these dudes are his guys. He does not owe anybody really anything. He doesn't have any ties to any of them. He didn't draft any of them. He doesn't have anything that could keep him, right? Just like we talked about with Ja Morant and the Grizzlies. Hey, we drafted him. He kind of didn't take us to the promised land, but for a small market, we were the belle of the ball for those couple years and the battles with the Warriors and things like that. So it's a little bit different there. Scott Perry can say, I'm just doing due diligence. I'm just doing my job. I'm doing what I'm getting paid to do. Okay. I can't take this job and not be able to, look at all the different options. The one thing is, as you look at some of these, in situation matters, somebody else said, the reason the Magic paid what they paid as well is because this is somebody that they specifically needed. This is somebody that they specifically felt like we might value him more than others simply because we know this is something that we need. Because I look at the Jazz on a day like today, and I wonder, do they feel any better about their situation? But I don't really know how much it matters because they're sitting there with some expiring contracts. But again, everybody knows, similar to the Blazers, right? I think the Blazers are in a better spot than the Jazz, don't get me wrong. But similar to the Blazers, everybody knows that you have to move off of John Collins. You have to move off of Jordan Clarkson. Okay. You have to move off of Colin Sexton. You have to do that. So I think the Jazz probably want to feel good about the Desmond Bane thing, but they're in such a different position with a bunch of dudes that don't fit their timeline, that everybody knows don't fit their timeline, and their contracts are all expiring. I think the Jazz are just wanting it to be over, just wanting remember, and I know I got Jay back there because I know Kyle, he never knows the movies, but Adam Sandler, remember that movie Click? Okay, you just press fast forward. Jazz and Jazz fans just want to press fast forward through the next, I don't know, 3 years, 2 years?
But that kind of underlines my point with why it's so hard to consider that rebuild type trade is like, everyone says they want to go through a rebuild until you have to click through seasons like the Jazz do.
But the Jazz we know where the Jazz went wrong. They wasted this season. That was the Jazz's problem.
I think the Jazz traded Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert, but like we talked about earlier, just because of the way the salary cap works in the NBA and how you have to match salaries in trades and things like that, it's really hard to go from being a 50-win team to a 19-win team just like that.
Right.
It's with 90% salary floors and everything else, it's just really hard to completely bottom out that quickly. I'm not saying it's not possible. Like the Pistons kind of just did the reverse of that this season. The Pelicans bottomed out with injuries causing it, but it's not easy to just completely fall off the table, which for Utah, I think they've made 6 first-round picks in the last 2 years, and none of them are anyone that we say like, oh, that guy's going to be the next Donovan Mitchell or the next Rudy Gobert. Like, I think their problem too is like with the picks that they have had, granted, none of them have been in the top 3, but the picks they do have, they haven't drafted any stars yet, which maybe the Kings get lucky and they get what Dallas got and they land Cooper Flagg on the first try. Who knows? But you're right. Utah still, I think, wants to go down.
Right.
Before they're not ready to go up yet. They're still trying to go down. But hey, if Ace Bailey is going to force his way there and he's going to be the superstar he believes he is, then it'll all work itself out.
Yeah, Ace Bailey, Keontae George, and Cody Williams. That's your future.
Well, and Filipowski.
And Walker Kessler, because he's untouchable.
Unless they trade him for 3 first-round picks.
Who's more untouchable, Walker Kessler or Stephon Castle?
Well, no, they have a price tag for Walker Kessler. It's just no one wants to pay it.
Yeah.
That's crazy that Walker Kessler's going into year 4 now, because literally ever since he's been traded, they're just like, they're going to trade Walker Kessler.
And what's so funny is, we honest on this show, nobody's watching the Jazz, right? When somebody chimes in and says, oh man, they got to do that Walker Kessler. Please tell me with a straight face, how much Walker Kessler film have you grinded? How many Jazz games have you actually watched?
I don't know. During his rookie year, remember like right after they traded for Markkanen and got rid of everybody, and they were like 500 for like half a season in 2023.
Yeah.
When people thought the Jazz were going to make the playoffs that year, everyone was like, Walker Kessler's like a Rudy Gobert, like a light Rudy Gobert, and he's blocking all these shots. And just I think it's the last 2 years. No one's watched Walker Kessler since then.
It's all these guys, the Cam Johnsons, the Jeremy Grants. You're not watching this.
I actually did get in trouble with this one time last year where I was like, why is Dallas giving up all this for PJ Washington? He's a bench player on the Hornets. And I realized the problem wasn't him. The problem was the Hornets. Because then I watched him play and I was like, oh, I was wrong. My bad. I should have watched PJ Washington play basketball.
But, we got to deal with these Kings. And that's fine. You're looking to make a move, but don't sit here. Don't try to tell me you're grinding Cam Johnson film.
Cam Johnson, at least we know what we were watching him in Phoenix.
Well, yeah, we all watched him. That is what this conversation has become. What Cam Johnson was in Phoenix. And you know who else it was? Mikal Bridges. All these guys that were in Phoenix, then they went away, and everyone said, well, we got to go get them.
No, I think the Cam Johnson one, because I don't know if you remember that year that they traded for him mid-season, right? Kevin Durant was on Brooklyn, and he came to Sacramento. It was like, how are we supposed to win with Edmund Sumner? When they traded Durant, they were like the 4 seed, and they were a below 500 team after trading him. But people forget they still made the playoffs that year. And so we had one playoff series of Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson just getting smoked by the Sixers, but they were both putting up like 25 points per game in one random playoff series. That I think I'm basing my Cam Johnson value on that one random playoff series 2 years ago.
He's the savior. And now, well, actually, it's not Cam Johnson anymore. Now Jaren Jackson Jr. is the savior. I just want a dude on the Kings to just be the hot name. When is the last time just to get value for just accumulate value for no reason, just sitting there?
Yeah, that was Malik Monk.
That was Malik Monk.
Malik Monk was that guy. Just got him for a mid-level exception, and all of a sudden he just kept getting value, even though they weren't doing anything.
Yeah, and now look, according to Clutch Points and the Raptors, he still has it, and they're interested if they don't end up with Kevin Durant. Well, the Pacers ended up with an L last night, and Tyrese Halliburton is getting an MRI on his calf. That has led certain people to bring up whether or not Tyrese Halliburton should have continued to play and whether or not he helped or hurt the team. Emmanuel Acho, and this is one of the, like I said, I got through about, 10 minutes of this show, something like that. But Emmanuel Acho had some very strong words for Tyrese Halliburton, calling what he did last night selfish. We will hear from him when we return. Now, South Side on Sports.
Did you know addiction to drugs like meth or cocaine is a disease and not a choice? But getting help is. If you have stimulant use disorder, you, your family, and friends may have a lot of questions, including where to start. Choose Change California can help. Make a change today and find a proven treatment option for you at choosechangeca.org.
We get it. Tariffs are tough. Power tools are getting expensive. But at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, we're solving that problem for 2 short days on June 20th and June 21st. We're putting all DeWalt power tools on massive discount. Batteries for less than $100. Combo kits for under $150. 20% off all regular price Tough System boxes and much, much more. So stop by Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento on June 20th and 21st for some of the lowest prices on tools you'll ever see this year. To see all of what's on sale, visit FastenersInc.net. Fasteners Inc. Better tools, better prices.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
According to Bogey Jones in the Daily Divot, golf is the best sport ever, and they provide a few reasons why. Some include no 2 courses are the same, so you'll never get bored. Some are wicked long. Others have super thick rough, and others have fast greens. Enjoy the variety. You can make the game competitive with anyone. With other sports, bigger, stronger, younger opponents may have an edge. In golf, different tees and a formal handicap system makes it competitive, even if you're a 30 handicap. Golf can't be conquered. One day you can't miss a shot, the next day you want to throw all your clubs into the lake. The unpredictability is fascinating, and age is just a number. You can play when you're 70 years old. In fact, some don't take up the game until later in life, but don't wait that long. And you'll meet amazing people, celebrities, athletes, successful CEOs. You never know who you'll meet on a golf course. And oh yeah, it's a game, so have some fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Cash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
$30 more minutes with you, taking you up to 2 p.m. A lot came out on today's show. You can check it all out on the Sacktown Sports app, also on the TuneIn app, and you can check it out on YouTube as well. You can rewind. We'll have the whole thing up for you when we are wrapped up here as well. And with that being said, 916-339-1140, the text line, if you want to text in for an opportunity to win a signed DeMar DeRozan jersey, HOOP, capital HOOP, hoop is the secret code. Make sure you put your text on in there. Just text in hoop. You will be thrown into a pile of other names who text it as well. And at the very end of the week, we will compile everyone that hit on every secret word, every secret code. And from there, we will pick a winner. Well,
I did ask Brittany also and confirm that it is every time you submit, it like electronically adds you to the system. So if you get all 15, you got 15 chances.
There you go. There you go. So your opportunity to win a DeMar DeRozan signed jersey. If you're just now joining the show, DeMar DeRozan was down back home, real home, with Eric Musselman, with Zach LaVine, with Doug Christie, and with Mason Jones getting some work in down there at one of the USC facilities. So that was posted on Eric Musselman's social media page, also on Mason Jones' social media page. I hope we get some video from that because just interested to see what they were working on down there. And the Pacers are working on trying to get out of this L that they have found themselves in, just an L of a situation. And Emmanuel Acho, who I told you this morning, I did some of the national media thing. I watched a couple minutes of First Take, a couple minutes of the facility, is it what it's called? And it's Emmanuel. It's a bunch of football players, right? That, played it in the NFL. You got Shady McCoy, you got Emmanuel Acho. So that's who we're dealing with here. And Emmanuel Acho had some harsh words for Tyrese Halliburton that kind of, I was taken back a little bit by what he had to say. Here
I'm going to applaud you for playing hurt. Most selfish thing I've seen Tyrese Halliburton do is try to play hurt. Because he tried to be a hero. Oftentimes in basketball and sports and even in this culture, we have this machismo alpha male idea of, I'm going to put the whole team on my back. No, what you did last night was put the whole L on your back, Tyrese Halliburton, because your backup McConnell was the only player I would suggest that had a legitimate plus-minus. Shout out to Benedict as well. In that game, McConnell had the second most points scored in that game, but you, Tyrese Halliburton, thought that you were going to be a god. You were going to be a hero. You said if you could walk, that you were going to walk on that court. You should have walked your butt to the back end of the bench, is what you should have done. No made field goals, no steals, no blocks. You was out there just running and jumping as if this were track and field, as if the job on the court was not to put the ball into the basket. Halliburton, I would suggest, didn't necessarily played hurt. He just played for the opponent. I'm not going to applaud you for playing hurt.
Yeah, that was Emmanuel Acho. And look, man, I know when it comes to being loud and wrong, I feel like I am someone that can be honest with myself in some of these situations. But yeah, Emmanuel Acho is loud and wrong. He goes on to say that the man on my left, because again, they're former players, so every other word has to remind us that they're former players, which we already know you're former players. That's why you are on TV. But they continue to, say this man on my left, he played for whatever amount of years, and this man, he played for whatever amount of years, and they play football. Like the one thing we know for a fact in football is that they play hurt. That's what we know. They do it all the time. It's actually frowned upon if you don't play hurt, unless you physically cannot get out there. So this idea, number one, and look, I'm not saying Rick Carlisle should have just sat Halliburton or anything like that, but the idea that you are playing at the highest level, you are the reason that your team is there in the first place, and you're going to sit on the bench and let TJ McConnell, because he's having a good game. This is not D2 Mighty Ducks. Coach Bombay, let my guy play for me, okay? I'm fine. I woke up, the pain was gone. Charlie, coach, he can have my spot. This is not Mighty Ducks, okay? This is ridiculous. And again, I would know some things about being loud and wrong. And Emmanuel Acho was very loud and very wrong, because if Tyrese Halliburton does not play or comes back and Tyrese is going to have to sit out and he doesn't finish the game, we're all saying, man, what is it that he had? A strained calf? He couldn't play on that? That's what we're all saying. So no, coach, I'm not 100%, dude. Because here's a separate part of it. We've had these issues with Tyrese Halliburton when he is healthy. So it's kind of hard to tell. Obviously, he was limping, but we've had issues with Tyrese, and can he be more aggressive, scoring the basketball, things like that. So we've had those questions with Tyrese when he's not injured. So I'm kind of trying to figure out, okay, how much of this is from the injury and how much of this is from Tyrese just not being a scoring first type of guy, which we've already had conversations about. But this idea that he was going to let TJ McConnell, and you can play them both at the same time, whatever the case may be. I'm Tyrese Halliburton. I'm the reason we're bleeping here. I'm not sitting on anybody's bench. Okay, so I don't think it's about he wanted to be a god, he wanted to be a hero. No, Tyrese Halliburton thought he could still help his team. And he was unable to do that, but they're not there without Tyrese Halliburton. So Tyrese Halliburton can do whatever the hell he wants.
Okay, so while I agree with you and fundamentally disagree with Emmanuel Acho's point, TJ McConnell was cooking.
He was.
TJ McConnell had the game of his life. And it's kind of crazy that they were 2 points away, right? Because they got it to within 2 points. They were 2 points away from TJ McConnell taking down the greatest basketball team of the last 5 years. But they also should have gone to Tyrese Halliburton.
I understand that if you are basically hurting the team, this whole thing is sticky, right? These are just tough situations. We've seen this before in sports. When you have your star player who's not 100%, right? And I can rewatch it as well, but he was powering through, right? He was not unable to run at that time. Now he's getting an MRI, and we'll see. There was a visible limp as he left the presser, but it's not the same way as if he literally was getting cooked, right? And they did the same thing. Look, they did the same thing with Steph. Steph had, what was it, his hamstring? Steph jacked up his hamstring. Okay, same network, by the way, but Nick Wright is a hater. So Steph, he messes up his hamstring, and there were questions as to whether or not Steph should have tried to play. What was that game? It would have been game 5 because they were trying to get to game 6. Game 5 in Minnesota. And those same conversations were had. And Steph is 36 years old. So what do you think would have happened if Tyrese Halliburton decided he wasn't going to play? So it's this, hindsight's 2020, and TJ McConnell would have had 50 points and the Pacers would have won. I just am not sure that that's realistic. None of it. So to call what Tyrese Halliburton did selfish is completely absurd. Completely absurd. And look, sometimes you just let this stuff go because obviously this is what a lot of these people want. They want to say stuff whether they truly believe. Does Emmanuel Acho actually think what Tyrese Halliburton did was selfish? I don't know. But he got me to talk about it, so I guess that's all that matters in 2025. And if he does, then I would ask Emmanuel Acho, and I'm not going to say a joke about playing time because he played in the NFL, and I did not. But if I were to ask Emmanuel Acho, when he did actually get his name called upon, how often he played and wasn't 100%, was injured, whatever it is, there's no way he would be able to say that he never played dinged up. And I'm just going to go out and say it. It wasn't at the level of where Tyrese Halliburton is right now. So I could only imagine if he were in that situation. And that's what I always say to people, right? It's easy to sit there, and we all do it as fans. It's easy to sit there and say, oh my goodness, I would have done this, I would have done that. A wise man once said, unless you're truly putting yourself in somebody else's shoes, it's really hard to judge those situations. So to wake up in the morning and they have their show meeting, and for Emmanuel Acho to decide, yeah, I think Tyrese Halliburton's selfish. That was my takeaway from all of this, that Tyrese Halliburton is selfish. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. When we return, we're going to have some fun to end the show, and we discuss whether or not the Giants are in a little bit of trouble with Rafael Devers. Also, Sac State, a little bit of an update with that FBS situation. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Gamers and baseball fans, get ready. On Saturday, June 28th, it's video game night with the Sacramento Rivercats. Don't miss the perfect blend of gaming and baseball. Get your tickets at rivercats.com.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents it's local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir.
Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Hi, Sacramento. It's the No Surprise guys at Bell Brothers Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Need a new water heater? Call Bell Brothers. Need a free plumbing estimate? Call Bell Brothers. Have a clogged drain? Call Bell Brothers and we'll unclog it for only $67. Plus free camera inspection, valued at $250. We don't guess at plumbing and drain problems. We used advanced camera inspections and diagnostics. We're fast, reliable, and respect your time by showing up when we say we will. The price we quote is the price you pay. With more technicians, more trucks, and more experience, we get the job done right the first time. No surprises. Our technicians are all background checked, drug tested, and will leave the work area cleaner than they found it. Don't wait. Call Bell Brothers today or book online at nosurpriseguys.com. That's nosurpriseguys.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
One more segment with you, taking you up to 2 p.m. Drive Guys. Got you after this. I believe Whitey Gleason is out for the week. So Kyle Draper and Jay Johnson got you. And apparently the word is that the Sacramento State Stingers up, Sacramento State Hornets, unlikely to be allowed to move to FBS in football. And we have a clip, Jake Gaden of CBS 13 is basically breaking this down because, yeah, this is not something I think a lot of us saw coming.
Right now, the NCAA Football Oversight Committee met this afternoon and has recommended to the Division I Council to not support the waiver request from Sacramento State as the Hornets look to move to the FBS ranks. The waiver submitted by Sac State was to move to the FBS as an independent, meaning they would not be aligned with a specific conference and play more of an open schedule. Think of teams like Notre Dame. Now, this doesn't mean the Hornets' chances to move to the FBS are done. The Division I Council still needs to vote on it next week on that waiver. That decision will be final. That will be on June 24th and 25th. This decision, though, Hunter, has major implications because, of course, the Hornets have a lot of stipulating on them moving to the Division I ranks in the FBS. They have been telling athletes who have signed with these teams that, hey, we plan on moving to the FBS in 1 to 2 years. If they don't do it, I don't know what happens to these teams. But
so the obstacles, basically lack of conference support and NCAA waiver requirements. While the university is making strides in fundraising and stadium development, they are currently seeking an NCAA waiver to transition as an independent program, which is a more challenging path than joining an FBS conference. And just like Jake said, the committee has recommended against supporting their waiver request. Man, this is interesting, Kyle. I mean, I didn't see it coming. I guess I'm still trying to figure out what happened with the conference. Is this Sac State's decision to not try to join a conference?
No, they weren't invited to join a conference. So I think they had thought originally they would be part of the Mountain West realignment.
Right.
And that hasn't happened so far. That's not to say it won't happen in the future. It didn't happen along the timeline they had hoped for. And so they then decided, we just want to get to FBS now. So we're going to try and just go as an independent, play a difficult non-conference schedule, maybe make a bowl game and do all that. Mm-hmm. But the Division I Football Oversight Committee is essentially saying we don't think that they should be a Division I Division I FBS football program right now. Mm-hmm. part of it is that they don't have the stadium deal done yet. I mean, they're going to have a 20,000 seat stadium. It hasn't broken ground yet. They don't have a conference that they're paired with. And so they basically said like, hey, Sac State, based on our evaluation, the program is not ready to be Division I FBS. It's not dead yet either. Next week is the vote. They're just anticipating that the people who vote are going to align with what the committee recommended. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll just do their own thing, but they're expecting that, like, if the committee is saying they probably shouldn't, then the vote next week will probably say that they shouldn't.
Man, oh man. Well, at least it's not it's none of these things are forever things. It's just a matter of the timelines not necessarily being where they had hoped. And I think Jake hit the nail on the head with the implications as far as, some of these guys. I do wonder, based on the transfer portal, could they lose any? Could anybody say actually?
So the spring window is over, and remember, Sac State is like the number one FCS recruiting class,
right?
So the spring window is over, but players, once the season starts, if they don't play 4 games, they can just opt to take a redshirt year and enter the portal for next year. So while I don't think players are going to leave for next season, it's too close to the season at this point, they can say, hey, I'm just going to take a redshirt year and save a year of eligibility and transfer to another school, which happens every year. It's not saying that this is like going to have people in exodus leaving Sac State. It's just the option that the players have.
Right. And of course, unless these rules change too, you only get about 1 red shirt. You can't just go around redshirting.
Well, you get 1 red shirt year and then medical red shirts, basically.
I think sometimes they call it a gray shirt. I remember there were a couple gray shirts running around.
That's how that one guy, I think it was at Miami, who played like 8 years of college football.
Yeah.
It was like, he tore his ACL and broke his leg and had like 3 red shirt years medically to make it to year 8. But I was talking to Jason Ross about it briefly because I was like, in 15 to 30 seconds, can you explain what it means? And he was kind of like, part of it is they're going to be declined now, but also there might not be an NCAA next year. So it's possible that this new power structure of college football, where the Power 4 conferences are going to elect a CEO, essentially.
Yeah.
The idea is like, well, maybe then we can try again with this new power structure once we have a stadium in place, and then they'll approve it.
The Pac-12 goes down, and the NCAA just crumbles right after it.
Yeah, they have to pay out like $3 billion to athletes for like lost NIL wages. There's worry that they might go bankrupt.
When I was listening to the Drive guys this morning, they mentioned Rafael Devers, and Dave was messing with Jason, and I think ended up taking Rafael Devers as his beat the streak person. And June Lee, he dropped an article with Yahoo Sports, and it's kind of interesting just with the whole idea that the Giants took on all this money. We're still trying to confirm, or maybe it came out already since the show started, whether or not Devers is going to play tonight. But all of the drama as far as third base is concerned, when the Red Sox brought in Alex Bregman, there was a fake report that Rafael Devers said, I'm down to play wherever. Buster Posey was on the Giants flagship saying we need to have that conversation with him, but we're confident that, he's a winner and he wants to win. This was what June Lee had to say in the article. Inside the clubhouse, players watched as the coaching staff publicly flagged Roman Anthony's defensive fundamentals as a slight to the front office. They saw teammates asked to switch positions on the fly. They witnessed, talking about Alex Cora, trying to win baseball games while benching the team's top prospects. In the front office, scouts were fired over slights. Veteran leaders with deep organizational trust were iced out, and the communication from Breslow dried up. According to multiple sources, Devers was also upset when the rookie Campbell volunteered to play first base this season, interpreting it as a slight to his own stature. So Rafael Devers says, I don't want to play anywhere else other than third. This rookie, Christian Campbell, says, well, I'll play first. I'm trying to get some run. I'm trying to get some playing time. And Devers said, how dare you? How dare you be a team player? And I'm wondering, I don't know how this is going to go. I know the Giants are very buttoned up from their days with Madison Bumgarner. Look, love Madison Bumgarner. The guy, he just, you couldn't look at the ball too long. You couldn't bat flip, all this stuff. So I don't know. And now Buster's in charge, and Buster kind of comes from that style as well. Hey, you shut the bleep up and you do what the team wants you to do. I don't know what's going to happen here. And what we talked about yesterday, Kyle, he can DH. That's what he was doing with the Red Sox, but that's a very expensive DH. Matt Chapman's 32 years old. Look, he's 6 foot. He's not a huge dude. Could you put him at second base? Would he be down for that? Or he might have to go to first. I know Flores, who's DH'd, and he's played pretty well. Bryce Eldridge is probably going to be with the big league team in a couple years, and this is a long contract. I don't know what's going to happen, but I would hope maybe Devers just said, all right, I got traded once. I have to change my thought process, but this isn't good.
I think the thing that gives me pause for concern is how many people are coming forward and kind of airing out their grievances towards Rafael Devers. And sure, whatever. People in Boston on sports radio can say whatever. But the one that was shocking was David Ortiz saying he never texted me back, which is kind of crazy to be as soon as he's gone, oh yeah, this guy never texted me back and didn't want to do anything other than play baseball.
Right. David Ortiz had reached out about some of this face of the franchise stuff, and Rafael Devers was not really tripping. He, as far as wanting to hear from David Ortiz and be a part of it. If you're the Giants, I get it. You had to take a swing, no pun intended, but yeah, I just hope that this guy has a kind of a change of heart, because you're not going to be able to, this could get bad quick. And with everybody feeling like this was an overpay a little bit for Devers, it's not going to be the easiest contract to move. So we'll see what happens there. That is my time. Thank you to all the callers, texters, Sack chatters. One more opportunity. Text in HOOP, 916-339-1140. Text in HOOP, all caps. If you want a chance to win that signed DeMar DeRozan jersey, you got to do it all week long, though. Drive Guys coming up next. Whitey Gleason is out. Kyle Draper is in, as well as Jay Johnson. Thank you to Kyle. Thank you to Jay. Great job training and getting everything in order as it needs to be. Until tomorrow, secure the bag. Let the beat.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger